hot day. I think this might be the one of the coldest days we'll have this year. But my name is Mark Rutke. I'm the chair of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity. Most importantly, we all appreciate having you here today, listening to your presentations. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of work to make this happen by a lot of people, and you should all be commended by it. I'm a volunteer, I'm a retiree, so I feel really good, but it's much appreciated. So a few housekeeping notes. There's some snacks up here in the corner. The restrooms are around the corner. And if you've been here before, you probably know that. Although I think this is the first time in this room, so maybe not. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask questions. Before we get started, we're going to try to get with it pretty quick and be efficient with your time. We're going to try to be efficient with your time. So we appreciate that very much. We will have a time clock. It's 3 minutes for the presentation, and there's about 2 minutes built in, which is about a 5-minute presentation all in. So we'll try to stay to that. You can see the schedule. It's packed today, or the remainder of today, and it's going to be more packed and busy tomorrow. So this should be noted. Okay. If anybody have any questions before we get started? Okay. You guys look like veterans, so you're up first. So the first group today is CTA Ginger Hill Sewer Extension. Again, we appreciate you coming in today and putting all the effort and the work. So we'll let you do your thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Ken Hillman with the Carroll Township Authority. I'm the chairman of both the Carroll Township Authority and the Carroll Township Board of Supervisors.
Just punch the button.
There we go. How about that? There's better. This project that we are presenting here today, it's several-fold project. With me is our engineer, Bob Dinger from Gann Fleming. Bob is both the township and the authority engineer. Joe Malloy is our new manager at the Carroll Township Authority. This Ginger Hill project has been in the works for quite a while. I'll go over a quick overview and then turn it over to Bob for the details. This encompasses 3 communities: Carroll Township, Nottingham Township, and Fallowfield Township. The Ginger Hill area of those communities, there's approximately 75 homes, businesses out in that area that do not have sewage. They are currently served either via failing septic systems, no septic system, direct discharge into the mines. There's a various hodgepodge of sewage out there, which makes it very difficult for someone who maybe passes away for their family to sell the home and move forward with things. We have received calls at the authority for several years about trying to get sewage to that area. And so through funding through Senator Fetterman and Representative Rushenthaler, the authority received a grant for the first phase in the amount of $2.189 million, going towards a little over $5 million project in and of itself. We have approximately 10 homes in Carroll Township from Ringgold High School going towards Ginger Hill that are not served, that would be served with this. And the big issue in this entire area is they have water, they've got gas, they've got all the utilities, there's no sewage. In addition to this, we feel it's a great economic opportunity as we have the state Highway 136 that goes through there, along with Toll Road 43, where there's an interchange. And we've also been working with the property owners, which was the former Murray Energy, to potentially make available a little over 1,000 acres of property they have out there for economic development. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Bob to let him kind of get into a little bit of the nuts and bolts of the funding that we're asking for here today from the LSA committee.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. Ken did a very good job of the summary. This drawing up here shows a little more detail of the proposed project area. To the right is the Ringgold School District, which is at the end of the authority service area. So the red area outlines the project area along Route 136 that goes from east to west. And then you can see where Toll Road 43 goes north to south in the interchange. So as Ken mentioned, there's some land to the south and north of the interchange that could be open for development if the sewage were extended. And then you have the Ginger Hill area to the west. We're looking at doing this in a phased approach as funding allows, $5 million for the whole project. We have 2.189. We are requesting $500,000 from the local LSA and $1 million from the statewide LSA to allow us to actually build the first part of the sewer line out to Ginger Hill. That will allow us to pick up the interchange, and also Ringgold School District is developing a new bus garage at that location. And then People's Gas is doing a project as well. So we'll be able to pick those folks up. And then once we get to that point, we can leverage that progress in order to try and get the remaining funding that we need in order to serve the rest of Ginger Hill. So that's pretty much the summary of it. Ken, anything else I missed?
Just turn it over for questions.
Very good. Q&A.
Any questions?
So part of the majority of the 500,000 you're requesting is for the federal match?
Correct.
Yes. Do you have that number? Is that the whole 500,000? Is it?
Actually, we need more than 500,000 for the match.
Okay.
Over 600,000, but we were leveraging TAP fees and some authority funds for the remaining match. But the 500,000 gets us very close to the total match needed for the first phase.
And what's the status of the statewide LSA?
That just was submitted here in November. So obviously that'll be coming before the state CFA board here whenever they meet.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, all three of you.
I think we're still here for the next one.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay. Just saw that. Very good. Hazel Kirk Road Bridge Rehabilitation. It's P42.
Okay, the Hazel Cove Road Bridge replacement, we have a bridge that's a little over 70 years old that's in dire need of replacement. It meets no standards in the way of construction. It's a single lane bridge. We received multimodal funding for this already. And we were requesting to help out with a match on that. The township has funds set aside to help also with the match, but that's also a 20% match. And so there's some photos here of the existing bridge that we did receive multimodal funding for. Bob, if you want to touch upon the total amount of funding received and what we're requesting.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. The estimated total project cost is $328,596. We did receive a multimodal grant in the amount of $228,596. So we are asking for a grant from the LSA fund for $100,000 for the matching funds for the project. And the township is already proceeding with the engineering. So that's part of the local cost as well.
So that's.
Okay, questions?
Did you receive the multimodal
Yes.
grant already? You
Yeah,
got that already?
that is in place.
Okay.
Yeah, we've signed the contracts with the state for that.
And that was the 228,596?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next group is the Adult Literacy Initiative, English as a Second Language Program Expansion. Requesting entity Literacy Council of Southwestern Pennsylvania. Hi, ladies.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, for the committee, it's P30 on your outline. Thank you. Hmm.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Brandy Miller. I'm the Executive Director of Literacy Council of Southwestern PA.
And I'm Lauren Pizar, and I am the program manager.
So we were established in 1985 with a mission to empower adults and families with literacy skills. The Literacy Council has strived to respond to the ever-changing community for their education needs. As the communities that make up our service footprint have evolved over the past decade, the increasing community need for our services can be attributed to several factors. One, the increasing education services demand due to the increasing non-English speaking populations. Two, continued community need for the adult basic education services across our service footprint. Three, our commitment and visibility in filling the adult education service gap in our region. Four, we have demonstrated agility in providing modern, flexible solutions for maximum program reach and impact. The ability to leverage valuable partnerships to offer a comprehensive program portfolio and reach our student-driven goals.
Our ESL program is based in the structured classroom learning model, but many students are faced with difficulty accessing learning resources to reinforce and enhance their classroom progress. Your support will enable us to expand our student resources and program capacity so that our 2025-2026 cohorts are properly scaled for success. Specifically, we aim to expand our learning resources and program capacity by scaling the following resources: general classroom learning materials, textbooks and workbooks, tutor and instructor supplies and resources, expanded Zoom instruction capacity, digital classroom equipment, digital subscriptions, and online learning infrastructure enhancements.
The total planning, program implementation, and materials cost per ESL student has tripled in the past couple of years. It's about $1,000 per student per year. As you can see in our little flyer, we've grown 311% since 2020. Our student baseline was normally around 250 students. This year, we ended the year with 813. We still have a 150-person waiting list, and we get about 15 to 20 new students each week that we have to funnel through. As we conduct all of our ESL classes, we do them 7 days a week. All of our classes are free. We have numerous program sites, and we continue to find more thanks to the help with the community. We need to be able to make sure that all the program sites that we have all the materials that are needed. We have 6 different levels, anywhere between 0 speaking to advanced. With the meat of the growing program demand, it's essential that we enhance our modernized and technical learning equipment and our digital infrastructure. I'll give you a little, we've enrolled already 543 students, and we have 5 months left in our program year. We are trying to get our wait list down. We've actually put some things in place so we can actually help all the students and families that we need, but we need a little help on the other side as well. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll open the floor for questions.
Where are your service locations in Washington County?
So our actual office is in Washington, and we have another office in Charleroi. Due to the demand in Charleroi, we have an actual office over there. We have classes there on Tuesdays morning, Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday night, Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon, Saturday, and Sunday. And that's where our biggest program right now need is, and we have anywhere between 30 to 50 during the week and 60 to 90 on Sundays. And then I think we're going to open up another program site in Charleroi to help with our 150-person waiting list.
Is that where the majority of the waiting list is in the Charleroi area?
We do have other classes to hit our Latino population. We have a program site at Miraculous Meadow on Monday nights. Wednesdays and Fridays, we have them in Washington, and then the rest of the week is in Charleroi right now.
Okay, just quickly too, you have here 73 countries have walked through our doors. So in the Charleroi area, it's not just Haitian. You've got Liberian, Nepalese. Can you name some of the other?
There are actually 44 countries that are actually in. So we've seen many. We've actually got in front of a lot of the countries. They have established people to talk for them. So, and there's 44. So there's many different.
Randy, are you in the career link at all?
Yes, we actually have ESL classes at the Career Link as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
great work, ladies. Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Okay, next is the Bradford House Museum improvements. Requesting into the Bradford House Historical Association. C4 on your sheets, folks. C4s.
Morning. I keep on saying good morning.
I know.
I did it. So I thought it would be good if we had a visual.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, very helpful.
All right, I will introduce Mike in a minute, but my name is Tracy Liberator. I'm the Executive Director of the Bradford House Historical Association. We manage the Bradford House Museum, the Whiskey Rebellion Education and Visitor Center, the Meeting House, and the Whiskey Rebellion Festival. They're all right on Main Street, about a block down South Main Street. I know most of you have been to the museum, and if you haven't been there, this is my plug. Please come and see us, see what we are about. So in 2025, we're celebrating 60 years of being a museum. I've talked about the other sites that we have, but our project is actually for the museum. It's for improved exterior lighting. The reason this is important, there are so many reasons, but just at the museum itself, we see about 4,000 visitors annually. That doesn't include the 7,000 that come to the festival. Throughout, with the mission to educate, we have educational programs monthly. We do scout programs, we do summer day camps, we do guided tours. There are cooking demonstrations once a month. We do a lot, and a lot of people come to our site. So that's why we think it's important to have improved lighting. I had said that I would introduce Mike. Mike is the board chair. He is also part of our campus committee. He's very familiar with the project and put it together, so he can talk best about the project and answer any questions that you have.
Good afternoon. The brochure you have in front of you has two pictures to illustrate what we'd like to do. The picture on the left side is the current lighting. The lighting that was put in is in-ground lighting, and it's appropriate fixtures to keep water from getting into the lighting. But the lighting itself, if you would imagine you're under the cabinet lights in your kitchen, the little pucks, that's what they installed. And so you can see that the lighting doesn't really go very far up the building. We work with the local contractor, Schultz Electric, and they have an architectural lighting expert. They are recommending a different fixture, which will require us to remove the existing fixtures in the concrete right up against the Bradford House and put in an appropriate LED fixture, which not only will give us this architectural lighting, this is a simulation of what it will look like. It may look even brighter, but it's not only going to be architectural lighting, will be more fixtures, and it will really brighten up that part of South Main Street. If you drive by the courthouse or by Old Main at W&J, those are architectural lightings. We think a National Historic Landmark would be better seen by visitors. And I should say that 94% of the visitors that come to our museums are from outside our zip code. So it really is a driver of tourism. There's a real historic component out there that travel the country and like to look at these sites.
Any questions?
Questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Gunny's Ridge Veteran and First Responder Mission. Requesting entity is Gunny's Ridge Veteran and First Responder Mission, NETO. And it is P41. Thank you, Tim.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for hearing us today. It's a pleasure to be back. My name is Mike Snyder. I'm the president of Gunny's Ridge, and the gentleman handing out the information to you is my vice president, Tim Mott. So being that we've been here before, I just wanted to give you a current update on some of the programs that we currently have and are working on. So throughout 2024, we conducted some woodworking programs with veterans and first responders, where they come in and learn some new skills, building furniture, different pieces of woodwork. We currently have 23 dogs in our service dog program. We've had, I believe, 4 dogs graduate this year alone, well, 2024, excuse me. We are in the process of standing up a critical incident stress management team, working with law enforcement, first responders throughout Washington County and Western Pennsylvania. It's an ongoing process. We currently have, Tim just graduated the training here a few months ago. We've also conducted some outdoor leadership with our partner, Adventures in Training with the Purpose, which is run by Mr. John Cole and his son Caleb. We've done some programs out on the property with them as well. Currently, we're awaiting the disbursement of the 2024 funds that we received. We have settled on some packages for the building. The entirety of those funds is going towards the purchase of those 2 packages, the barn and the lodge, which we will use to conduct programs for our veterans and first responders. The 2025 funds, which we are asking for today, will help complete those buildings. The $348,959 will be used entirely for the build out of the interior to complete those projects. And we have some additional requirements which were covered under additional grants as far as the utilities and land prep, and the timelines are located in the packet that you guys received already.
Also located in the packet, you can see that we have a sustainment plan that we're going to use, because we know that, one day if we get this thing up and running, we're not going to have grants to sustain us. So we have an actual plan, multi-phase plan, to be able to keep the lights on and keep money coming in. We have other programs that we're going to use this building for. And again, you can see that in your handout. Team building and leadership training. Basically, introduction to people to a mini boot camp, military life, first responder life. And we're going to do stuff that most of you are familiar with, because this is Washington County, agricultural county. We're going to be working with our hands outside. Sustainable agricultural practice, forest management practice. We actually are going to get into planting trees throughout the property and harvesting some of the trees we use for a woodworking program, working with animals, and then also community education for mental health professionals by some of the people that are on board, Dr. Tim Murphy. Teaching people, educating the public, employers, clergy, about how to deal with people with PTSD. And expansion of the critical incident stress management team, which will help the first responders in Washington County responding to critical incidents. Basically it's a mental health Band-Aid, and then getting them on more help if they need it. Questions?
Questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, next is Washington Senior Citizen Center Project New Life, Chapter 2, requesting entity Washington Senior Citizen Center. It's C34.
Hi,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Barbara Miller, and I'm the Executive Director of the Senior Center. Oh, I'm usually loud enough. Barbara Miller. I'm here today to request funding for the project that we were awarded last year. Haven't gotten able to get that going yet because the money just arrived, but there are other things that will be needed to be done. But rather than talking about what we're doing, which is I wanted to talk about why we're doing it. And the reason that we're doing it is that our seniors need a place to go. Research tells us that people that are involved in a senior center actually have the possibility of living 2 to 5 years longer than people that aren't involved. It provides people with nutrition, education, and my favorite is socialization, because many of our seniors live alone, and that isolation is not good for people, and it brings on chronic disease. It brings on a lot of things that we can address. We have a really active membership. And I just came from teaching our On the Move class, which is an exercise class for seniors. And we really feel strongly that the people that come, it's not just the people that are members, it's people that volunteer and deliver meals. We provide 400 meals out of our kitchen every day. And on the weekends, they get extra meals taken to them. So they always have, the people that can't come, always have a meal. But also I want to point out the fact that why do we want to honor seniors? Well, first of all, I'd like to say, I want to break this to you, but you're all going to be a senior someday. And you might really need the senior center, or you might need to volunteer to keep your hours. These are people that are the teachers that raised us, the nurses that worked in the hospitals. These are people that have helped build the character of our community. And so providing them with a space that is warm and comfortable and welcoming is a little thing to ask for. And we do know that people who come to the center, because of the way it looks, a lot of people don't stay. We've been in the building for 32 years. It isn't our building. And we want to make it something that people go, wow, this is a place I want to spend my afternoons. This is a place that I want to meet people and go on trips and play. I have a dartball player who's 98 years old. She never misses. I mean, it's a wonderful thing to watch them. And my most favorite part of my job is teaching the exercise class, because I have 4 90-year-olds in my exercise class. Now, we're not going to go on TV or anything, but we are active, and I say we because I am a senior as well. So we're asking for this so that we can make the building someplace you all want to be. And you're certainly welcome to come visit us anytime.
Questions? I've been there many times, by the way.
Have you?
It's very nice. Wonderful people.
They are wonderful people.
They really are.
Very warm. They are, and they deserve this. They deserve having a place that is, we were closed yesterday because our furnace stopped. And if you've been out there, you really, really need a furnace. So we have lots of challenges, but we have other monies that we are collecting. We're not just depending upon LSA. We have money coming from a foundation in Paramus, New Jersey, which sounds weird, but I went to college and I have a sorority sister that likes us. So anyway, we do get our monies from other sources.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Good question.
The ask is $150,000 with $10,000 in a match. So is that $10,000 in a match coming from other?
Well, we also do fundraising.
Okay.
Spud Night, it's usually in October. You're all welcome to that too. When I first got there, the first Spud Night made $800. This year we made 10,000, a little over 10,000 for a potato. It surprised me too, but it's, people like it.
Last question though would be, with this ask, there's a list of some things that are in the grant application. Are there some that are more important than others? Could you do with less? Is there some way that you could break down the priority out of that list of asks?
Well, unfortunately, and it's just certainly not a criticism, but unfortunately, because the money from the last year, we were awarded money last year, things have gotten more expensive. So some of these are to add to what we already asked for last year. One of the questions I was asked last year was, why did I ask for so much money? Come down and see the building and you will see why I ask for so much money, because it is an old building, 32 years, nothing has been done. The electric has gone up. And so the priorities, I think, are electric and the painting and the flooring. I want flooring specifically because our flooring is linoleum. It gets wet, and you slip right. And so I want something that has some texture to it. So those are my priorities for now. And I will accept anything that they have to give me. I am not going to say, I probably should have asked for more, but I didn't, because we were awarded the money last year and, and we are trying to get money from other sources. We realize that there's only so much money here.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Penn Highlands Mon Valley Cardiac Catheterization Lab Equipment. P57, requesting entity Penn Highlands Mon Valley Hospital.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ryan Pasternak. I'm here with Penn Highlands Mon Valley, specifically the Fund Development Department. I'm here today to talk about a very exciting, brand new project that Penn Highlands Mon Valley is planning on getting going here in 2025 and starting to help take care of our patients here in Mon Valley and in Washington County as a whole. It's a brand new state-of-the-art cardiac catheterization lab. We understand that heart disease is the #1 killer of people worldwide, but Washington County itself as well. And so we know that we want to have the best possible facilities, best care, and a place, very importantly, locally, that our patients can stay near their backyard. They don't have to travel into Pittsburgh, into the city, or go great distances, because that's a great burden of care that they have to go through. So this project altogether is estimated to be about a $5 million project, which helps to show the commitment that Penn Highlands Mon Valley has to our county. But specifically with this round of LSA funding, we are looking to get some much needed funding for equipment needs. Now, for example, our applications for the Artis Q equipment. Now, the Artis Q equipment is the most important visionary part of this project. It allows our cardiologists and physicians to see inside the patients, have crystal clear views of what they're doing, whether it's stent placements, opening up blocked arteries, things that really save patients' lives. And we estimate that in a calendar year, we can have about 2,000 patients a year come through our facility and benefit from this brand new equipment and brand new cardiac cath lab. So it's something we're very excited for. And like I said, this funding is much needed and can go a long way with helping us continue to save lives and care for the patients of Washington County.
This is an upgrade replacement?
Correct.
That's the category, it's an upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
You currently have the equipment,
We currently have a cath lab that has been around for quite a while. So we're working on a pretty much brand new everything, updating the technology, updating the suite itself, the area, constructions, renovations, the whole project. Yeah.
questions?
Right. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, next is Maury and Bellboot, hope I pronounced that right, Bellboot Paving in Deemston Borough, requesting entity Deemston Borough. P51.
Hi, my name is Jody Lord. I'm the president of Houston Borough Council. A majority of the council has been on roughly about 2 years. We're a very small borough. We have about a little over $300,000 budget. Most of our budget goes for taking care of roads. I've been on the council for 3 years, but since I became president about 6 months ago, the severity of our funds has been really enlightened. Probably a decade ago, the Washington County took out several bridges in our borough, causing we have to put cul-de-sacs at the end. I thought this was a relatively new thing, but I went back, it's been 16 years, and previous councils have never addressed it, but now Liquid Fuel said, no more until you put cul-de-sacs. We managed to scrape together some money to put one cul-de-sac in. We have 2 more to do. They're pretty costly. Anything else?
My name is Sean Dieterle. I'm the vice president. I didn't know he was going to go and do all that, but that's fine. We try to set up priorities. Like you said, we're new, we're learning. Never been in politics before. Okay, so we're learning as we're going. What we'd like to do is we set up our priorities. We did one road this year, which was a major thoroughfare where the buses go, a lot of traffic. This year, one of our priorities definitely is Maury and Bellboot. We have residents that have been coming up to our meetings. They are in very bad shape. We need to do something. Not sure exactly how much it's going to entail, but we need to get something done sooner than later.
I'm Jim Stanton. Sit down. Hi, I'm Jim Stanton from McMillan Engineering. We represent Deemston. And these gentlemen just spoke a little bit about the borough and their strength, the issues that they face as a municipality. So Deemston's a little bit unique for one of our clients. They are a very small borough with a very large footprint. So they don't have a very good density of population to support these projects that they have, and they have a lot of roads. They have about 10 miles of roads to maintain for a small borough. A lot of our municipalities that fall more into the line of a township than a borough. So they have limited funds, and they're trying to do a lot, trying to prioritize what's going on. But here for this Maury and Bellboot repaving project, you have pictures that we passed out of the roads. They're really in poor condition. It really needs a full depth restoration of the road in that section. There's about 6,100 square yards of restoration that needs to happen to this roadway. And we had an estimated cost of $412,800 for the project. So at this point, I'll turn it over to see if you have any questions.
So these are gravel to hardtop and repaving hardtop.
Correct.
Okay. I don't see any red dog roads here.
We put a little bit of asphalt on top of it.
I see that. Yeah.
I have a note that you have more than one project,
We do.
and this one is priority 2,
It is.
and you have no paving equipment currently in-house. This cannot be done in-house.
Correct.
Okay, other questions? Thank you very much. Thanks.
So if we can pass out. So they're gonna pass out pictures for the second one, but
P56.
the township has the same constraints that you just heard for the Maury and Bellboot repaving project. The second one is for the municipal building and their parking lot there. At the municipal building, they have a lot of residents that come to monthly meetings. If you have zoning issues, building permits, applications to do, the general public is routinely coming in and out of the municipal building. As you can see from the pictures, the parking lot's in disarray. It's cracked, it's really an unsafe surface. There's at times water ponding, there's vegetation growing in the cracks. We just really need to resurface that parking lot to make a safe environment for the residents coming in and out and utilizing that facility. Do you guys have any
questions?
Is this a polling place?
Yes.
Question also, as far as a match goes, I mean, would the labor involved in doing this be donated time or anything, any kind of, something that where it would be an in-kind kind of a match?
I can only speak for me right here without my board, and I'm sure we can do something. Whatever we can, I'm sure we will do. Plus, we do have a road crew that can help out with that.
So you could do some of the trucking and some of the hauling the debris away, but you don't have paving equipment to actually pave the parking lot.
Some of the labor would be.
But they could do some of the labor.
Yeah.
They could do the labor.
Whatever we can do, we will do. But again, I can't speak for my board. Does everybody understand that?
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, next is Dunleavy Borough Regional Recreation Site. Requesting entity, Dunleavy Borough Council, C10.
Since the plan started.
No, that's fine. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bill Plummer. I'm planning consultant for Dunleavy Borough. With me is Matt Claybaugh, the Vice President of Dunleavy Borough Council. What we're looking at is receiving funds to purchase a plot of land in Dunleavy Borough along the riverfront. It's currently partially wooded, partially former industrial site for a riverfront recreation facility for the region, a regional recreation facility. It's approximately 77 acres. It is currently owned by Mon River Partners LP, who also own the Alport plant of Willie Pittsburgh Steel. So this was part of Willie Pittsburgh Steel at one time. And part of it was used for a slag dump as part of a steel process. Matt's been looking at developing something here since 1994. We've been working with different entities and having different meetings about what we could do, how we could go about doing this, and putting together a recreational facility that would meet the demands of the Mon Valley as a whole, both sides of the river, and even the region. We have a study going on right now that's showing that there is a lack of this type of facility for the region, and it would probably be very, very well used. What we're asking for is $1.25 million for the purchase and for the purchase and the taxes and an beginning environmental study. We have worked with Mon River Partners to, the original asking price was $1.8 million. We managed to work with them to get the price down to $1.2 million. What we're looking at is putting together at our existing Dunleavy soccer field. I don't know how many people here. It goes back to the early 1900s. Matter of fact, I played on that field, but so did my father. But what we're looking at is expanding that capacity to include gymnasium, archery, walking trails, volleyball courts, pickleball courts, to provide indoor martial arts, a recreational area for larger events, medium-sized events. So we've been doing that, and we have currently have a
Washington County Tourism Grant that's working with a feasibility study that's currently in draft form. The borough contributed $10,000 to that also. So, and also we have a comprehensive plan underway with 5 other municipalities that shows this area to be developed for recreational purposes. Let's see, what other notes do I have? You know, outdoor facilities, we have football, multi-purpose fields, more youth soccer fields, where the fields are being used right now by Mon Valley Youth Soccer Leagues. So they're in use constantly all summer, spring, summer, and fall. Instructional camps, and things of that nature. We would have a building for a maintenance facility and working with the or a maintenance facility and administrative facility to oversee the whole place. We'd also need to do site development, landscaping, roads, paving, parking, and things of that nature in the future. Also envision the potential for a new marina, some retail space at the marina, fishing piers, things of that nature.
Okay,
Okay?
very good. Is this right along 88?
It is between the Norfolk Southern Railroad tracks and the river. So are you familiar with Dunleavy?
I am.
Behind Highway Appliance.
Oh, yep.
Okay, soccer field.
Right on 88.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have about a mile long river frontage.
Yep.
It's basically about maybe 900 feet deep from the railroad tracks to the river.
You have boat docks on all along there.
There are none.
They're none right there.
There used to be a Shellery Boat Club that had boat docks, and then Campbell Transportation bought that out, and they had barges there, but all the barges have been removed, the boat docks have been removed, the boat launch is still there though.
Okay, questions?
So $1.25 million is a large ask. This is to develop this center. Where is the money coming from to actually build it?
Well, we need a stepping stone. We can't do anything unless we have site control. So I know that's a big number to ask for. If we could just get some of that to go to the next round of grants, maybe DCL or something like that. They're always looking for a match. And our problem is, we're small and burn. We just can't come up with anything as of yet to just get this kick started, to move on to the next step. It's like Bill said, it's been 1997 since I've been looking to help out with the borough with this, and it was never really up for sale. Just until the last 2 years that Mon River Industrial offered it to us if we were interested to pursue it. And it's in a flood zone, so there's only so much you can do, and it's kind of perfect for what we plan to do, to make recreation priority.
You mentioned the feasibility studies in draft form. Do you know how much more longer you expect that process to take?
Well, that's pretty much done. We just wanted to tweak it, and add, for the company we hired, we just wanted to tweak it and put our input into it.
So we reviewed it, we're waiting for it to come back, addressing our comments on it.
Question? You said that feasibility study said that the borough put in $10,000 for that study. So that's part of the match because it goes to this particular project.
Right.
So
We was hoping too that maybe we could use some of the negotiation costs from the 1.8 down to the 1.2 as some kind of contribution.
Well, but I mean, at least the $10,000 that came from the borough for the feasibility study could be considered part of a match. And one of my other questions was the floodplain issue as well. But what about the fact that the water in the river has gone down quite a bit because of the lock? Has that affected your plans at all?
We're up above that lock.
Yeah, we're above that
Doesn't
lock.
affect you at all.
We're above, we're south of Lock Fork, so
Yeah.
it has not affected us. That was Braddock Lock, mostly in the Elizabeth Lock dams. So no, it hasn't, the river level hasn't receded, and I'm a lifelong resident of Dunleavy, so I've been there for a long time. I used to swim in it, so yeah, it hasn't receded at all.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else?
I have one. You said that you would accept a partial, and you're looking for some seed money. A DCNR acquisition grant would require how much of a match? Do you know that? percentage?
It's 50%.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I have to look that up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next is wastewater treatment plant sludge drying reed bed cleaning project. Well, that's a mouthful. And the requesting entity is Burgettstown Smith Township Joint Sewage Authority, P19.
Hello, Dave Coldren, KLH Engineers, with me from the authority.
Tom Moore, operator, Burgettstown Smith Township Joint Sewage.
Sam Duran, operator, Burgettstown Smith Township.
Very good.
Thank you. So the authority owns and operates a public sewer system. They have approximately 2,850 customers, own and operate 54 miles of sewer, a treatment plant, and 2 pump stations. The authority is requesting $250,000 to clean its reed drying beds. They have 10 of these beds. They have not been cleaned in the past 24 years. So we need to rehabilitate the beds. They treat a byproduct of the overall treatment process. The sludge from the treatment process goes to the beds, the stabilized sludge. Here it's dried. Evapotranspiration takes place. We have a buildup of dried sludge, and now that needs to be hauled to the landfill. So right now the authority is actually cleaning half of the beds, and the other half would be part of this application. And with that, if you have any questions.
So all of that needs cleaned down from the cement barrier all the way down.
Correct. How many feet?
It's approximately 3 feet deep per bed.
So we have.
There's about, the total square footage of this, roughly an acre. So we have 3 foot over an acre. We're in the process of cleaning off the first floor. We're doing it, renting dumpsters and doing piecemeal, just filling it out. And then this is just to offset the cost for the next floor.
Now, did you plant, is that
Yes.
vegetation? They look like sunflowers.
Those are technically a right reed. Yeah, we did plant them to.
Old sunflowers, yeah.
And we are preserving
Yes.
the existing reeds. When we remove the sludge, we're keeping the roots intact.
It's also known as compost.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Sure.
you have an acre of compost that's about 5 foot thick. So anyway.
We were hoping to use it as compost, but it didn't test well enough to.
Oh, it didn't?
It's close.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, so by doing this, that will hopefully give us the capacity for the next 15, 20 years.
The picture tells a little story.
Yes, right, exactly.
Okay, questions, folks? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're at wastewater treatment plant. This is phase 2.
So this should be Mid-Mon Valley, correct?
Yes, Mid-Mon Valley Pollution Control Authority.
Correct. So a similar project.
18. Okay.
Similar project. This is actually the authority's drying beds. So it's basically a greenhouse, but pretty much the same purpose as the reed beds. So the sludge is pumped from the treatment process into the drying beds, again, allowed to drain, dry, and then that sludge cake is hauled away to the landfill. So this project will rehabilitate this structure. There's a lot of rust, corrosion. We want to remove the fiberglass panels, sandblast the metal structure, clean it, paint it, reinstall or replace the panels, and get the structure back in service. The authority is asking for $200,000 to do this, in addition to paving the entryway as well as the parking lot, repaving that, and adding a motorized gate operator to the main fence.
Okay, questions? Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next is the Washington Area Career Technical Center Health Assistance Equipment. That's the project, J5. And the requesting entity is the Western Area Career and Technical Center, also called at one time Western Tech, right? Back in the day.
Back in the day, it was a VOTech.
Yeah, VOTech, that's
We
right.
found something, and we learned it that way.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Thanks. What was it? All right, thank you.
Thank you for having us back. I'm Mike Milanovich, Executive Director, Western Area CTC. First, I'd like to say thank you for last year. The LSA grant was put to great use. Amazing piece of equipment was purchased for our students. Everything that we try to do is student-based, student-directed, and we try to meet industry standards at every turn, because our goal is for our kids to hit the ground running in our local industry in Washington County and be able to support local industry by being the workforce that we greatly need. In order to do that, we need to train our kids at the best of our ability. So what you see before you is just a quick snapshot that I put together. I'll start with the paragraphs. Alex 2.0 will benefit our students by providing realistic patient interactions and hands-on learning opportunities to prepare students for both PCT certifications and future college coursework. It allows students to practice virtual skills such as measuring virtual signs, performing cardiac assessments, responding to emergency scenarios in a safe, controlled environment. Its customizable scenarios and real-time conditions challenge students to develop critical thinking, diagnostic skills, and effective teamwork. In short, Alex 2.0 is a dummy that can be programmed to respond and react to scenarios presented by the instructor to the students. So since we have high school students, they don't utilize actual people because that's not the safest environment for kids that are learning. So a tool such as Alex 2.0 would allow them to interact with as close to an actual human being as possible, and the teacher can program it according to the instruction that they're working on. If you look on the back, I provided two pictures of what Alex is. It is scarily lifelike. The top one shows the equipment, the bottom shows the student interacting with it. The second piece of equipment that we're looking for is the last paragraph, which is an anatomage table. Will benefit our students by providing an interactive 3D approach to learning human anatomy and physiology. Its life-size digital cadavers and virtual dissection tools make complex concepts more accessible and engaging, allowing students to explore body systems and structures in detail. The table allows our instructors to customize lessons to align with specific topics and student needs, enhancing their learning experience. Additionally, its real-time simulations encourage critical thinking and problem solving, preparing students for certification exams, college coursework, healthcare careers. By bridging the gap between textbook learning and hands-on application, it ensures a deep understanding of anatomy and physiology. So once again, this is a tool that can be utilized, and if we go to the top here now, both of these pieces of equipment can be utilized by health occupations, EMT public safety students, rehab aides, sports med, believe it or not, cosmetology with what they do with dermatology and skincare and all of those things, and our adult nursing programs. So not only are we looking for tools to use at the high school, secondary level, we're also looking for tools that we can utilize with our postgraduate and college after adult education programs that we can run out of every one of our shops and that we often do. To give you a snapshot, I've listed the number of students in each of those programs as we stand. We're looking to serve over 219 kids with these two pieces of equipment. That's pretty outstanding. Alex 2.0, the patient simulator, comes in at $47,381. The anatomage table is $105,490 for a total of asking $155,000 of the LSA committee.
Questions? Do employers come and recruit your students?
100%.
One site?
We run activities throughout our building all the time. Any local employer is invited into our building at all times, as some of your committee members are aware of. Our doors are always open. Our job fairs, we run career fairs, we run college fairs. We have a multi-purpose room, which we're very fortunate to have for large group meetings. Our next event coming up will be our career fair, followed by our mock interview day, which is kind of like speed dating. We hustle through, we're up to 700 students now, by the way, at the Western Area CTC. We've grown from about 380 when I started 3 years ago. We're now up to 700 kids from our 9 sending districts. We're very proud of that. That adds a different dynamic to how we educate our kids. Class sizes are growing, but they're being maintained and managed because, again, their education is our first concern rather than boasting large numbers. All of our classes are pretty much at capacity, but we will not go over capacity because then the students suffer. So these tools will help with the class sizes. It will help with the strategies that our teachers implement in instructing our students and showing them today's real world experiences and using technology that is career and industry standard.
Okay, any other questions?
What's the estimated life of this equipment? How long will it last you guys?
You know, that's a good question. Alex 2.0, the one we had previously has lasted over a decade. The anatomage table is relatively new technology. I'm sure that it's going to be very computer driven. The picture on the back gives you a quick snapshot of that as well. What you're looking at is basically a life-size smart TV, smart board. They can actually peel away the skin, peel away the organs, open things, dissect things, all doing it without having to harm anybody or an actual human being or asking a 16 or 17-year-old to use sharp tools.
Jim Richardson.
The life expectancy on the anatomage table, I couldn't answer that. I know some of the other CTCs do have them, and some of our local high schools that do offer career education have had them for well over 4 or 5 years.
Okay, very good, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the Sprouse Building Complex Renovation Project, site prep. The requesting entity is Claysville Area Preservation and Revitalization Initiative, C29.
If it's okay, I'm going to stand. I have a horrible time sitting in a seat, so just standing and talking. So I'm here today on behalf of Capri. I'm here with Lori Mesta from West Banco, who is on the board of Capri, and I'm Clay Kilgore. I'm the executive director of the Washington County Historical Society, and we are partnering with Capri for this project. This project is basically selective demolition of the Sprouse building, which is an extremely large building with some weird additions on it, to get to a more manageable size for us to rehabilitate. It's also site prep and getting ready for that phase 2, which would be the rehabilitation of the structure. But you've read the application. See, what I care about is how it makes people feel and what it means to a community. Because I know every one of you have a hometown where you're from. And no matter where you go, that's your hometown. There are people, there are places, there are buildings that are etched in your mind from the time that you were a baby to now, that you remember about. And see, that's what Claysville is to me. That's why it's so important to me. Claysville is where I grew up. And like so many people in the community, I went to this building. This Sprouse hardware building was the epicenter of Claysville. It's where everybody went. Not just from the town, but from the surrounding region. Everybody went there. Grandparents took their grandchildren there. Parents took their children there. The stories of their lives are woven into the fabric of this building. It is that important to this community. It is an icon in Claysville. And so Capri, which is looking to revitalize Claysville and the surrounding region, saw this as a perfect place to start because it is so iconic in the town. People want to see this happen. We have had programs, town hall meetings, bringing people in. We have had hundreds and hundreds of responses to this project. To this point, we've been able to raise over $100,000 towards this project. And we think with the funding from the LSA that we can probably leverage that even further. So as we go forward, we think that we can basically change the economic income of Claysville through this project. 1.3 million cars a month drive down 70 past Claysville, past that exit. If we are able to bring in 0.01% of those cars, that's 1,300 cars a month, right? If you take and you just say an average that they spend $100 a car, not a person, $100 a car, and you multiply that by 12 months, you're looking at $1.5 million of infusion into Claysville's economy. If we would get 1%, we would be looking at $15 million of income in Claysville. I mean, what a boost for the economy of that town and for the region. And all we have to do is get 1% of the cars. This is the beginning of it. If we could take this and revitalize it into a regional history center, into, in partnership with the Washington County Historical Society, a farm-to-table restaurant, maybe a microbrewery, whatever you can imagine. A place where kids after school would have an events and entertainment center that they could go to. We could draw people off the interstate into the town. Claysville's DNA is service. That's what it was there for. From the very beginning, it was founded by John Purveyance, and what did he have there first? A tavern. A tavern for the travelers on the National Road. And since that time, we have been basically providing services to travelers. We want to do it again. We want to bring the town back to what my dad talks about. When there were people lining the streets, going to all the businesses, we think we can do that again. And with this funding, we can leverage that against other grants, federal funding, the National Endowment for the Arts and the Humanities. We can go the DCED and DCNR grants through state funding. We already have several businesses in the region that have pledged $50,000 apiece towards phase 2 of this if we get the LSA funding to do phase 1. We think generously we can raise $500,000 additional based on the $350,000 that we're requesting from the LSA. Ideally, we can get as much as $1 million, I think, for this project. So, any questions that I can answer for you?
Have you pursued some historical monies or anything, the Historical Foundation of Pennsylvania, anything like that, or is it not old enough? I mean, any.
Oh, no, it is.
Have you ever?
It is not a registered site yet. It is something that we want to do. Part of what the Mills Group, so we have actually brought on, part of what we've done already is with HRG and with the Mills Group. The Mills Group has done a study on it, and we have a full report. Some of it, partial report was in the application on the historical nature of it, and we would like to be able to take that and roll that into possibly getting it to be on the National Register. So that would make it qualify for funding, historical funding. We also have an opportunity because of the railroad behind it for brownfield funding, and so we've looked into that as well.
Very good, very good. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Next up, pickleball court, Cokeboro. C25. Good afternoon.
Hello. Ready?
Ready.
Okay. The Borough of Cokeboro would like to add pickleball courts to our town. Pickleball is ranked 3rd in sports and participation activities. Not only would the 2 pickleball courts bring Cokeboro community together, it would encompass the Bentworth School District and in accordance to the Washington County Comprehensive Plan. Cokeboro will be the only municipality in the Bentworth School District to have pickleball courts. And it is our understanding that pickleball courts are very hard to come by because it's so sought after space. And not only will this activity bring just the Coburg children and adults together, it will encompass other adults to meet and make connections, and who knows where that will go. And so we are asking for that monies to enhance our town.
You have a place for it already.
Yes, we do. We have an old basketball court that was when I was a child growing up, and it's no longer being used in that capacity. So that would be the base, and then we're going to go from there. And we do have matching funds. We actually have somebody who's making a donation to help us.
So I have a question. And
Yes.
You just mentioned it, and it's kind of related to the next project as
Yes.
well. So is this the same basketball court?
No. We have a different basketball court that I didn't even know there was two different basketball courts.
And I was confused when I read that.
No. When I was little, there was this basketball court that the boys would play on. But that went by the wayside. I don't know how old the current basketball court is, but it needs to be resurfaced because it's cracks and it's uneven. And actually, I do spend a lot of time driving around because now I have a dog that likes to take rides multiple times a day. So I take the governor for the drive, and we see different kids playing basketball, not only in the summertime, but after school, which I think is fabulous. They don't go home and go into the house on nice afternoons and get on the game thing. I can't now remember. Fortnite, I think, is what, when I was teaching, that's what the big game was. But they're out actually in the fresh air, exercising, communicating with each other, learning to get along, learning to dispute and solve their problems. And before I became a full-time teacher, I was a substitute teacher. And when I would substitute in art or shop, I always had the students work on the project because my favorite saying was, busy hands do not get into trouble. Both of these activities, busy hands and feet, will not cause havoc in the communities. And they're often causing confusion in the neighborhood. They're right there playing and doing something constructive.
Good. So
Thank you.
Next.
I covered everything in one. I did it all.
Okay.
Yes.
Question.
Okay, when I came out to take a look, and the pickleball court is with the basketball court, and there's a playground close by? Or?
Yes, there's a playground that really we've enhanced that along thanks to the COVID monies. And then there's a basketball court which needs to be resurfaced. And then over here I guess I should have brought pictures like everyone else. I didn't think. And over here is the old basketball court that connects to the fire hall, the fire hall and their social hall. And then there's an old dance hall that used to have polka dances. If any of you are old enough no, none of you are old enough to remember the polka dances in Coburg. And so it would be all included, and we have a nice walking track around the park, and that was extended up into the playground. And so this would make a very nice place for people to come. Instead of playing, if your teenagers are playing basketball, you could play pickleball, and other little ones can enjoy the new playground.
Okay. Very good.
For the two projects, there's one a priority over the other.
The pickleball. You go for the kids, but we'll go for which one do you go for, the middle school kids in the basketball? Because, let's face it, because basketball is actually number 4 in the participation sport. Pickleball is number 3, basketball is number 4. And I believe that football and soccer are way down there because I don't think you're going to play football at the age of 25 unless you're the professional, semi-pro, or the collegiate. Let's face it, I'm not going to go play basketball at my age. I'll break my foot. But I think I can. Oh, the kids loved pickleball. When it was pickleball unit week at the middle school, they loved pickleball in the gym class.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, I'm done now. Thank you.
The next is Washington County Station, Brownsville Ambulance Service. P16. And your requesting entity is Brownsville Ambulance Service, Inc. 68, P68, sorry. Folks, thank you very much.
My name is Sharon Nicholson. I am the Director of Brownsville Health Service. This is Todd Nicholson. He's my clinical coordinator for Brownsville Health Service. We're asking for monies to build a new station. The current station we have is quite oversized for what we need. So we're looking to downsize on and become more energy efficient. Probably along with that is a top priority. We're looking to better serve our communities and our constituents. So by moving our station out of where we're at, we're all the way down Wood Street right now. So we're looking to, we're talking with the California School District to obtain a piece of property from them that would put us closer to our areas outside of California, better response times, better community service, better patient care. So we'd have better access to Route 40, Route 43, Route 88 with responding, and also helping fire departments, and the police officers. So we are talking to the school district. As of this time, we haven't had a yes or no or anything, but we are talking to them. Along with this, this would be major savings for us. New ambulances, new equipment are quite expensive. And so by creating an energy efficient building and downsizing, we're looking to save more money to put back into the service, buying the equipment and ambulances. We are seeking to continue to apply for grants and loans to assist us also. And also looking to pursue low interest loans if they're available to us. We have applied recently for the USDA grant, waiting for answers on that. So overall, we're just looking to better efficiency for us, better management of our service area by getting to areas quicker, being able to back up. We have a Fayette County station also, so being able to, if they need our help, the Washington County we can send that truck into Fayette County and better serve our people. No one likes to wait for an ambulance, so being able to get somewhere quicker than where we are now, we see is a great beneficial. We also offer education, and in this building we would have an education area or meeting room that we could not only train our emergency providers, but train fire departments, the police, and the community. We offer CPR and Narcan training, stop the bleeding. So we're looking to hopefully build. And what I gave you is just kind of an idea of what we're looking for.
Okay, the building would be built in Washington County
It's in Washington.
West Brownsville, across the bridge,
No, it would be close to California School District.
the high school.
Up by the high school, yes.
Okay, and you service like Denbo
We
and,
service Fredericktown, Denbo, California, Ritchieville, Deemston.
Pretty much anything that makes up California or Best Center School District, plus the West Brownsville part, which is also Brownsville School District.
yes,
But those two, Best Center in California primarily, which is 9 municipalities total in Washington County.
Right.
So the idea for what we're trying to do here is where our station is currently located is by the tracks and by the river in California. And when you're servicing the California area, what we talked about, California, Roscoe, Elko, West Pike, Daisytown, we're situated in a really good spot to do that. But when you get to the Best Center School District, and ideally the school district in and of itself in Deemston and the surrounding Ritchieville, Malden, Centerville, Denbo area, logistically we're a little bit farther out and it's harder to provide the response time and the care that we need because we're farther out. So we need to keep the station in California because the greatest number of calls is in that particular area. But I'd like to stay near the school district in California, which will also put us closer to the school district in Deemston, in the Best Center School District as well. We think between the college, the California School District and their whole complex, and then the Best Center complex and that surrounding area, this would be the more central location where we get to places differently in a better amount of time than what we can right now. The one area we respond to really quick, we're really good. but the other one we just service better than we do right now. And she made mention to our Fayette County truck. We rely on our Fayette County truck a lot to support us in Washington County. Our Brownsville truck is 20 seconds out of Washington County. You come across Intercounty Bridge, it's right there on the right in Brownsville. So they come out and help us a lot on the Malden, Low Hill, Denbo, Vesterburg type area, because that one is logistically closer than the Washington County truck. So the Washington County unit like having a better central location so they can support those areas better, more efficiently, better patient outcomes than what we could probably provide right now.
The building would be in California, PA.
Yes, yeah, it would be.
So to get to the locations you're talking about, you gotta come out of California, go over across 40,
Yeah, we come out.
wide into the
Do
country.
the stop sign, do the stoplight, up the hill, and then try to get out.
The area you want to be in is that 43, Route 40 area right there, where you can get on 40 or on 43 within 30 or 40 seconds and go where you need to go from there. Right now, you got to come out of our station, up through the busiest section of town, through the stoplights, up the hill and so on. I'm not talking a 15-minute difference. I'm probably talking about a 5, 6, 7-minute difference. But in our line of work, that's still a pretty substantial amount.
Sure. Okay, questions?
So you don't have a property lined up right now?
No, we've had 3 choices of property. One is we think it's gonna cost too much just to even clear it off, so I'd rather put more money into building than worrying about clearing off area. The other one was with the college. We weren't real sure if that was a good spot or not. And then the school district, when we asked them, they were interested in working with us. We just don't have an answer yet, because I think there's school board meetings tonight. And it's just in an actual better location to get in and out of where we need to be.
The second spot you made mention of is at the intersection of Malden Road and East Malden Road, right where the church sits in that area there.
Yep.
Right up from the intermediate unit in California. And
What is that, SAI form, I think?
it's a college property, and there was a half an acre and an acre available there as well. We've already had the price, it's available if we want it. And location really isn't bad because it's right down the road onto 43 or right up the road onto 40. Both are okay. Going to the top of the hill, right by the school district, is ideal.
It's the better.
This is about a half a mile away, so not as good, but still, not bad.
You're just 500 yards, not even 500 yards away from the high school.
Yes.
The Malden.
And we do cover their football games and stuff, so it's,
What will happen with your existing building?
we would sell it.
We had actually had it for sale, having this type of process in mind. There were 3 offers, 3 buyers pretty quickly for the building, which I did surprise me. I didn't anticipate it would be the case. It's an old, it's probably a 75, 80-year-old building. I didn't anticipate there would be as much interest as there was, but there was. It was put up for sale for $250,000, and the bids were coming around that price.
We just didn't have anywhere to go then if we sold it.
So it's at the end, that building is at the end of your main street, toward the river.
Down Woodford, very last building.
Last building,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still.
Okay.
It's just there's way more. We do have 6 ambulance, 3 in Washington County, 3 in Fayette, but it's too big for us. If we downsize, more efficiency, then we can worry about spending more money on our cruise equipment.
Sure. Any other questions? Anybody? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Roscoe Borough Stormwater System Improvements. Requesting entity is Roscoe Borough. How are you?
Hi, everybody. I'm Dennis Martinek. I'm a consultant representing Roscoe Borough on this application. The borough officials have gone through a process in the past few years of identifying some priority projects. And one of the ones that came to the forefront was the stormwater improvements at 2 different intersections, which are a block apart. One is at Garfield and Good, and the other is at Garfield and Church Streets in the borough. They spent some money a few years ago to try to upgrade some of the stormwater infrastructure there. These 2 failing stormwater, there's both the manholes as well as inlets. They're both brick-lined inlets on both intersections. They're starting to deteriorate, and as you know, a lot of the communities in the Mon Valley are older communities, and it's starting to catch up with us. So they want to replace this, and one of the important pieces is that at the Garfield and Good intersection, that's also the main thoroughfare down to Interstate Papers headquarters down near the river. So trucks and vehicles do use that road. And this, we're trying to take care of an issue before it becomes to the point where they may have to close that, which could impact interstate paper. So that's why we're here today, to see if, the committee could help them out with these two projects. Because, and the reason they're doing it together is because they could get equipment out there at once. They're both in the same situation. Both intersections have both failing stormwater components. And while you have the equipment while it's out there, makes it a little more efficient to do the projects.
Okay, pretty straightforward. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, next is Serenity Farms Computer Lab. The project requesting entity is Serenity Farms.
Good afternoon, everybody.
63.
Thank you for taking a moment to review my application. It's appreciated. Serenity Farms Inc. development of the computer lab in the Landmark building is as much an economic development workforce investment project as it is a human service project. As shown in the project description, the Landmark building has been transformed into a service delivery vehicle for persons suffering from addiction, mental health crisis, underemployment, and various other issues to keep people trapped in their given hell. Folks must maintain a consistent path of treatment, recovery, and attach the development skill sets and placement opportunities that we provide. Their ultimate goal needs to be freedom. Some folks will always need sustained recovery, while others need to free themselves. We will be the catalyst of this success through our legal services, financial literacy, and skills set building. SF Inc. is currently under purchase contract for a licensed three-quarter house, as well as we're building veteran and senior housing in Westmoreland County, 29 units. So many times we arrest the symptoms of addiction, mental health, and various other issues, but we do not close the deal in regards to sustainability of sobriety and/or freedom. As their lives intersect with potential success, they do not have the toolbox to survive the ultimate goal of independence from being in the system to being a contributor to that system via taxes and charity. The more people we can have provide a bona fide skill set, it is less likely they'll be dependent on the system for survival. And this is the crux of the economic development piece of this project. Thank you.
Questions?
Can I throw a little history in there?
Sure.
In regards to the Landmark building, it was originally the Greyhound bus station. And I look at this as still a transportation hub, but we're transporting lives and souls, jettisoning them to success. And I do it with partners like Karen Bennett and the Harmony Life Center, the Care Center, STARS Program, Crisis Center, ACT, and various other entities that work together to make Washington County a more sober and a more productive county for all residents.
Is this on the bottom floor, first floor?
This is the entire 30,000 square foot building has been converted to this.
To this.
Right now, we are conducting our first training. It's fiber optic training via Catholic Charities. We have 10 people ready to graduate from that in about 2 weeks. They're going to be coming out with a new skill set of 5 fiber optic certifications and have the potential to make $26.70 an hour out the door. There's placement involved in that, and the placement rate in Allegheny County is 71%, and I hope to exceed that percentage.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Senator, this is what I was talking about, the fiber optics that we're working in concert. They sponsored it, Catholic Charities came in, excuse me, they sponsored it for 3 months. And so I wanted to at least put on a record, thank you very much.
And I appreciate that. And I did retrofit the space more I changed the flooring already from carpet to LVT, so it's conducive for that kind of training. And it's been very successful. And I'm proud to say Catholic Charities is also branching out to the Mon Valley with a potential project there. Then they're coming back to my building after that. But we've opened the opportunity to communicate between all entities, and we hope this will be very successful, not just with fiber optics, but with a lot of different types of that personal training, one-on-one, short-term, able to get out and make money right away, support your life, support your community, and support your family.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, next, HVAC. Is the project low-cost spay and neuter Washington County, Inc. is the requesting entity. C14.
Dr. Faith Bajalabak, representing Washington County with Fixture Cat.
And I am Crystal Lorenzado. I'm the business manager for Fixture Cat Low Cost Spay Neuter, Washington County.
We would like to argue that funding this project to keep Fixture Cat operating is consistent with the Planning Commission's vision statement that says they would like to create equality of life for all residents. Low-cost spay-neuter is the only high-volume, high-quality spay-neuter wellness clinic in Washington County. On contrast, Allegheny County has 5. They did over 4,300 spays neuters last year, gave over 5,000 rabies vaccines, and did over 1,500 wellness checks. So why does that matter? Well, what you'll find out, and you already know, there's great income disparity in Washington County. So if you look at the federal statistics, Venetia, Pennsylvania, $160,000. Charleroi, Pennsylvania, $31,000. So why does that matter? If you look at the cost of going to a private vet, a spay with shots is upwards of $300. It's not affordable to these people. So what happens is you end up with hoarding situations, and Crystal and I can tell you, Charleroi last year took 38 cats out of a house. Okay, people had good intentions, but no money. It also happens the animals suffer neglect. So I'm sure all of you say, well, who cares? It's just a dog or cat. However, if you look at the new empirical and scientific research of trans-species bonding or human-animal bonding, you will see that there is a great correlation to mental health. Probably not aware of all of it, but if you look at the veterans, 22 plus veterans commit suicide a day. Not a single veteran who's gotten a medical service dog from Guardian Angels has taken their life. And I'm on their committee, so if you ask them why, here's the answer. Who's gonna take care of my dog? In addition, as being a professor at Duquesne, one of our healthcare students just did a master's thesis, and she worked with Allegheny Health Network and HARP, which is a humane society. They discussed the issue of people with low incomes being able to afford veterinary care, okay? And they also discussed the issue of isolated individuals. Many of them stay alive for one reason, and I would welcome you coming on a tour of Washington County with me. I can show you these people for the sole reason of keeping their pets. Lastly, if you look at the correlation between low-income areas and high homeless cat population, it's significant. So we have a lot of small rescue groups that do TVNR in Washington County, trap, neuter, vaccinate, return, started in Rome, Italy. It's globally recognized as the most humane and effective manner, but they need access to low-cost spay neuter. So my argument for you is, if you want to stay with the mission statement and you want to help the isolated, underserved people, fund our grant so Fixture Cat can stay in operation. And then Crystal will tell you the rest.
So the request is for upgrading our HVAC. which we bought the building, and shortly after, we've had multiple service calls already. We have 2 HVAC units. The electrical is needed to be upgraded for us to upgrade our HVAC. And one of the units alone, we've already put $2,000 into in the past 6 months. We need to get this fixed to stay sustainable. Last year, we did $34,000 in free services to income-sensitive people to help intervene in situations that would probably have become neglect, and police would have been involved if we would have not intervened. And we don't want to have to take that kind of money away, the kind of money that is helping the community, that is, you know, really needed, and no one else is doing it around here. And so for us to get half of our funding for the HVAC and electrical upgrades that we need, we won't have to pull any of that funding away from helping the people that need us the most. Because in rescue work and helping income sensitive people in situations like this with animals, it's not just animal help. We are a human service. I have clients that have had their water turned off, and we point them in the direction to get their water turned back on. Like, we do so much more than just helping animals, and we have a great staff, and we don't want to stop giving free services to people that need it or cut back on it at all.
And if I could introduce myself,
That's
my name's
Michelle.
Michelle Bruce. I'm president of Fix Your Cat, low-cost spay neuter, Washington County. We did move to Washington last year. It'll be January 15th, will be 1 year in our new building. We did a major renovation last year, and it's been great. And in terms of numbers, we went from doing 2,800 cats to 34 plus 3,400 cats. We're in a much better location. People can come from Brownsville, they can come from, you know, West Virginia for that matter. But it has been a very useful move. We're really happy to be in Washington, and I think it's, you know, I think we're going to keep going in that direction, because with the economy now, a lot of people just can't afford those extra services to take care of their pets. The shelters cannot take those pets, they are full. So really, that's why we bit off this part of animal control. Spay and neuter, they don't have to find a home, we're good, so.
That was a great education I just got. That was very, very interesting. And I never imagined how the pieces fit together. So
A lot of research.
Yeah,
I'm
it
also
really is.
with the Oxford Center with Animal Ethics. And there is, and I don't know if you know, the veterans in particular ask them why they don't kill themselves. Who's gonna take care of my dog? And I can show you people in this county, especially a man in Ritchieville who's bipolar. If he didn't have those cats, he would have killed himself long ago. But without our help buying food, he couldn't keep the cats. So it is very important. People seem to say, oh, it's a dog, it's a cat. Well, it's a lot more than that.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. Questions?
Yeah, thank you for what you do too, because I know years ago when I first started office in 2014, if I had $1 for every time I heard the words feral cat, we could cure all the problems in Washington County, but I get it. And services like yours also help to control a feral cat situation where cats would get into garbage and they would crawl up into wheel wells in the wintertime, and just awful, you know, consequences for those lowly creatures. But also the domestic violence part of this holds true as well. Too many, and usually it's women, too many women will not leave a domestic violence situation because they can't take their beloved pet with them. So if there's an option for them to be able to help, you know, with their animals, it's a huge deal. So I just wanted to say that it's really important too, just in the aspect of feral cats, you know, roaming around. And I know that the population in Canonsburg had been drastically reduced because of organizations a lot like yours. And they were able to care for and have these wonderful little winter boxes and things on patios and whatnot to help them winter over. But I appreciate that. Quick question. I don't know if the Western Area Career and Tech Center might offer some of their student services to help with an HVAC repair. I'm not sure.
We do love them. They actually, the kids there in their culinary program host our spaghetti dinner every year in April, and it's always one of our favorites.
Well, I know they teach HVAC there, so.
What we need is a replacement though.
Yeah.
I mean, we have it
Full
put together with
replacement.
tape, but you know.
Duct tape.
But then
They're
it's
doing
gonna-
what they can to get us
Yeah.
through.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And by the way, we are having a get-together at our new building Friday from 5 to 7. If anybody's in town, it's going to be very informal, rigatoni and wine, and, come by and have a look. Thank you.
Okay, Midtown Market and Event Center, Phase 3. That's the project. The requesting entity is the Greater Canonsburg Economic Development Committee, E5.
Good afternoon, everyone. I do have a second presentation right after, so if you don't mind, I'll pass these on together. How are you, sir? We can start with the Midtown Market.
Yes.
All right. Can't wait till you guys get this circulated. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Andronis, and I am presenting this afternoon on behalf of the Canonsburg Economic Development Committee. We are requesting $425,000 for the Midtown Market and Event Center Phase 3, which is our final phase. This project is located at 48 West Pike Street in Canonsburg, right on Main Street. Phase 2 is currently underway, thanks in part to the 2024 LSA award. So thank you to the vote of confidence, and we are excited to report that the multi-tenant concept on the first floor will be open this spring, mixed with eateries and retail shopping. So this Phase 3 request is more in line and pertaining to the second floor event center, focusing on ADA compliance, fire and safety, site access for egress ingress, general construction and civil work for a second story direct entrance. And what goes with that is obviously water management from a civil perspective, retaining walls, and all that fancy stuff. For Phase 2, as you could imagine, with the addition of the LSA award from last year, significant personal cash capital, private capital, if you will, was needed to kind of bridge that gap. And I am using that as a personal match for this Phase 3 request. Any questions?
So the plans for retail, those are projections.
Yes, sir. So that construction is actively underway as of right now, starting with the plumbing RFP. And we have a few tenant commitments and a few in the works, and we're planning on a end of spring grand opening down on Main Street. So things are going very well.
But the tenants, they're not committed?
Yes, they are. Yes, a handful of them. I'm 3 out of 5 at the moment. So we have Coney Island, a 100-year-old hot dog business out of Newcastle will be joining us. We're doing that build out as we speak. Tacos and Tequila will have an express version with a walk-up window as well. A nutrition-based eatery, smoothie bar, grain bowl cafe. And then instead of 5 out of the 5 being eateries, and we're essentially a food court at that point, we wanted to do maybe a little bit more of an ecosystem involving retail and shopping and destination type stuff. So, projects like this are usually only possible from a fiscal perspective with little assistance. Of course, LSA money doesn't get you right to the finish line, but it certainly helps, meeting kind of the fiscal responsibilities of making the thing worthwhile and profitable. So, but we're excited. Things are going well and we're excited about it.
Very good. Questions?
How far along is last year's awards being spent?
Yeah, so the $385,000 awarded last year, 117 of that, we just had an open bid regarding the plumbing at the redevelopment office, actually. So 117 of that 385 will be allocated to underground plumbing. And I have general contractors providing the remainder of the work, which would be the building out of the spaces. And we're estimating that we'll be close, with the 260-some thousand change, but of course there'll be additional personal investment needed, which, I'm prepared to do. And I was hoping that could serve as my match here today in regards to Phase 3, the whole event center, and just kind of finishing the entire flow of the property in the central locations.
Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you.
C28. Next project is Robert Stone House Phase 3. The requesting entity is Washington County Cultural Trust.
Good afternoon again. I am still Andrew Andronis, indeed. I also serve as the president of the Washington County Cultural Trust. For those that don't know, the Washington County Cultural Trust are the owners and operators of the Robert Stone House, the historical asset in Canonsburg. Phase 2 is currently underway, and multiple grants have been awarded over the past couple years, so we feel as though our momentum is pushing in the right direction. We are here today requesting $150,000 for our Phase 3 of our rehabilitation project. In addition to some smaller grants and whatnot we've received over the past 2 years, we were in fact just chosen as the location for the Washington County Liberty Tree. So for those that are aware of the PA America 250 program, there will be a county with a Liberty Tree across the Commonwealth. And we were fortunate and honored enough to have the Robert Stone House as the location for our county's Liberty Tree. So you can imagine the excitement there. And in fact, we have an unveiling ceremony on May the 5th, this year, 2025. Phase 3, more in line with the actual request and what we're pertaining to, will continue the work of the main structure of the house. As you can imagine, 1796, we have a plethora of issues to establish, but 9 out of 10 things are right where they need to be given the nature of the redevelopment, or the rehabilitation, I should say. So this general structure of the house will also address internal and external masonry needs, along with any additional roof repair, gutters, and rain conductors. As we know, we've been fortunate enough, 2-foot thick stone walls, and this property has survived quite a bit since the Revolutionary era, but water inside a structure is never a good thing. So the $150K request will pertain to those general items that I just mentioned. And as far as a match, the WCCT Board of Trustees, we are offering a $125,000 match, and that consists of an in-kind engineering. We have an in-house trustee that has in a very positive manner, and we're fortunate for it. Over the past 3 years, he has donated in kind all his engineering services and reporting, and it would take me far too long and bore you all to explain exactly what he did. But we're fortunate to have him, so that in-kind match. And then we also are going to use a cumulative that we haven't used yet of all of our volunteer hours over the course of 3.5 years. So as you can imagine, just clean up and different items in the community over the course of 3.5 years. So that $125K in-kind and cumulative volunteer hour will serve as our match for this request.
Any questions? So phase 3, how many phases are there? Remind me.
Phase 4, essentially we open, right? So phase 1 was the acquisition and necessary structural improvements. Those were done in the year 2010. Phase 2 with the $75K, we were awarded from LSA last year with the $75K. That's actively being bid out right now, and we're awarding other constructional concerns with chimneys and masonry work on the exterior. So that is right about ready to kind of be utilized. We're anticipating by end of Q1, just in time to get cleaned up for the unveiling of the Liberty Tree, which is crucial to us. So we're kind of all hands on deck, and that May 5th date is very important. So whatever funding we already have to utilize, and of course it's a daily adventure trying to find more. So but yeah, that's kind of where we are at the moment.
Great, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we have remote water meter installation project. Requesting entity is Donegal Township. P29. Donegal Township.
Hi, I'm Rhonda, chef representing Donegal Township. We are in a very unique position where we actually are running the water and sewage system within our township. From its inception, the meters have not been replaced and the low flow is going through, which has caused us a billing issue of not being able to bill all the water that is flowing through the meters because they are failing. In addition to that, we have limited personnel, and one of our individuals needs to call us before he climbs down into a 3-foot, 36-inch pit to read one of the meters, and making sure that he gets back out of that. With these meters, they're electronic, and that would prevent it would help with employee safety, minimize those things and cut down on the wage expenses for that. So they will all be electronically read, more accurate, and then we will be able to provide and sustain. It's a small system. It only has 315 residents on it with a sewage plant. We are cabbaged away from the rest of the county. Our water is shipped in from West Virginia through the Ohio distribution system. And it's $18 million to get to Claysville to connect to PA American Water. So we're trying to sustain the system and make it solvent. This will help us enable to do that as part of the match. We implemented a 30-meter pilot program at the expense of the residents of the entire township. Noted that the residents of the entire township are not funded by the water and sewage system. We're only funding 315 connections at this point. People have desire for additional water meters, additional tap-ins, and this will enable us to bill more, become more efficient, keep the system solvent, continue with repairs, put on a maintenance and capital improvement project plan so that we can provide additional water services to those other residents that are requesting them within the township.
That's good. Question, how far, Donegal is on the west side of Claysville, is that right? Yeah.
Yes,
So your systems don't connect?
they do not. They are 4 miles apart.
Okay, questions, folks?
By being able to read these remotely, is that going to eliminate any jobs?
So it won't eliminate a job. What it will allow us to do is to reassign that person to a more maintenance, and it will help to maintain our system. So we would like to shift the individual that currently has the meter reading position is much better suited for maintenance. And we would like to utilize his skill best where it's more efficient so that he could maintain the system and fix other issues as opposed to, so no.
This system eventually would connect to PA American. Will these meters still function with?
They will. It would be quite some time. It may be 20 more years before you would be able to either close the system to make it self-sustainable, that you could market it in a circle. Because right now it's not a closed system. It's very lateral. It's think about it as a T, or an X. The idea would be, townships are not water and sewage experts, and they received this because West Alexander Borough went bankrupt and weren't able to take care of it. So the township took over it. They have been putting money into it for multiple years. I came to the township in June of 2023, and I'm actually a certified public accountant. So I took a look at the books, checked it out, looked at it, said, okay, this is supposed to be an enterprise fund. It's not soluble. Okay, you've got to make it solvent. You've got to raise rates. You've got to repair. You've got to do this from a management perspective, taking a look at it as to oppose. It sits right on 70. So at some point, like the rest of Washington County, the area is going to explode. And hopefully we want to be ready to do that and to serve housing developments and the industry that's coming, but without, being able to put these new meters in, bill at an acceptable rate with an average lossing not to exceed 16% by DEP standards, then we could move forward, and serve much more areas of the township.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much. Okay, next is Lemoyne Community Center classroom/admin expansion. That's the project. The requesting entity is Lemoyne Community Center. C16.
Good afternoon. How are you? LSA, congratulations, Mark. I'm not sure that's a congratulations.
It's nice to see. It's been a long time.
Yes, yes,
Our county treasurer.
yes. Well, I also sit on the board of Lemoyne Center for the last 10 years, and lo and behold, I'm the treasurer there. Imagine that.
There you go.
And this is Teresa Burrows, who's our executive director, who is just doing a phenomenal job up there. We'll make it short, I know. Lemoyne Center is beyond our capacity to fulfill all the demand of the children in the area. We've turned down about 100 children from the services that we offer, both Homework and More and Camp Challenge. And we just don't want to do that. They're in desperate need of those services. So we need to increase our facilities. The first one that we approached was the front of the building, the classroom, which is phase one of about $1 million program. Phase one is completely funded through the prior LSA grant you gave us a couple years ago, the county art money. And also we contributed about $150,000 through vendors and ourselves. So all of the electrical package has been donated in kind, as well as the glass. And that price is about $150,000. So phase one, we hope to break ground and have that started in early spring. And again, that is the classroom. Phase two, which is what we're here for today, is the additional front of the building, which would be the foyer, the admin office, and a revamping of both the boys and girls restrooms. That's phase two. So the request is for $400,000 from LSA to seed the phase two expansion. We'll be about $250,000 short of that construction cost estimate, but we plan to raise that in other, grants and donations from other people. And hopefully we'll break ground on that a year, from this year sometime in 2026.
Okay,
Any
questions? So I always ask Tom about, say, phase one, phase two, what other phases are there?
Well, I would say phase three is our kitchen, which is at the back of the building. We need to basically double it. It probably would have around a $600,000 price tag. We're serving thousands and thousands of meals to these children over the year out of basically a residential kitchen site. So we need to make that into a commercial kitchen where they're serving commercial equipment, a serving window, and also a classroom to teach culinary exercises. So that'd be phase three. We haven't gotten that far yet.
Thanks.
Okay, other questions? Thanks.
Thank you very much for your time, guys. Appreciate your hard work. I know it's sometimes goes unrecognized.
Okay, next project, bus maintenance and storage facility. The requesting entity is Washington County Transportation Authority. Freedom Transit. P33.
Good afternoon. I'm Sheila Gambita. I'm the Executive Director of Washington County Transportation Authority Freedom Transit. This is our second phase funding request. We're looking for funding to finalize the construction of a bus maintenance and storage facility. We were here in 2023 and received $279,000 to match $13 million. With this request, we're seeking $225,000 to match $31 million to complete the project. That is $27 million from the feds through Federal Transit Administration and $4 million from PennDOT. We have completed demolition of the existing structures that happened in November, and that was what we used a portion of the first phase of funding from LSA funding for. We are now in the process of finishing 90% design this month, and you can see two of the different views of the design of what the facility would look like. Just for point of reference, this is where the Tower Golf behind Target is located, the Tower Golf and the Amish Touch store. That's the location that this would be in. And we're estimating that groundbreaking would occur later this summer. Again, it would be an over 80,000 square foot facility to store our buses, to maintain them, to build a CNG facility for fueling, a fueling station, a bus wash facility. We do not have one now. We are the only transit agency in the state of Pennsylvania that does not have our own garage.
Questions? So this is an additional $31 million?
So this would be an additional 31 million plus the 13 million that you had matched the last time. So the total project cost is well over $50 million. And that doesn't include a lot of the in-kind costs that PennDOT is absorbing for design and engineering and such.
So that facility is where Tower Golf, that's been purchased.
That would be where we would be.
You're gonna raise all of those structures there, build that?
Yep.
Already gone?
Yep.
Are they? Okay. I haven't been back there. Okay, any other questions? That's pretty straightforward. I mean, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next project is the Chartiers Interceptor Sewer Rehabilitation Project. This is a project, the requesting entity is the East Washington Joint Authority. P16. P16.
Thank you very much. My name is Rob Herring. I'm Executive Director at the East Washington Joint Authority. I've been there since December of last year. We are a public nonprofit sewer authority. We provide collection, conveyance, and treatment of wastewater for the greater Washington area. And currently, we own and operate one wastewater treatment plant that's located right next to the Washington County Fairgrounds. We have 11 pump stations and a sanitary sewer collection system across our service areas. At our treatment plant, right now, we utilize a process called anaerobic digestion. So anaerobic digestion is used to treat organic material, organic solids, and break it down. It creates two byproducts. One is an inert material that you remove through dewatering and pressing. And we currently land apply that at the landfill right now. And the second material is called biogas. It's a byproduct of the digestion. We take that biogas, we clean it, we scrub it, and we actually reuse that as basically a natural gas in our treatment plant to help heat buildings and run equipment. I'm realizing I'm talking about the wrong project. We submitted for two separate ones. My apologies. Everyone's looking at me. I'm like, oh, something's going on here. Do you want me to continue with the second one? Okay, thank you. Currently, we don't have any sort of mixing system for the anaerobic digesters. What we're trying to do is create an ideal environment for the microbes to efficiently as possible break down this organic material. And one of the things that these microbes like is a nice even temperature of around 96 degrees. Because we don't have a mixer, we have uneven temperatures, and we're not getting as much biogas production as we could get from our existing plant, and it also takes us longer to break down the material than it could. So what we're wanting to do is install a mixing system upgrade, and we are asking for financial assistance to make that project happen.
So is this still near the fairgrounds?
Right next to the fairgrounds. Yep.
Questions? Okay, thank you. I know he's got the next one.
Yes. So the second project that we submitted for is called the Chartiers Interceptor Sewer Rehabilitation Project. Right now, our plant receives flow from three sources. We have the Tech pump station near the Trolley Museum. We have the Manifold pump station on Manifold Road near the interchange and on-ramps to 79. And we have the Chartiers Interceptor gravity sewer. And that component conveys the most flow as a percentage basis to our plant. In 2024, we contracted with Red Zone Robotics. They did a multi-sensor inspection of the full length of that interceptor. And we learned some good things and some bad things. So the bad things that we learned is that we have a lot of root intrusion along the full length of that interceptor. So where you have roots, it limits the hydraulic capacity of that, and it also promotes the inflow and infiltration of groundwater and surface waters. We found exposed rebar in several sections of that as well. So it's an old 36-inch reinforced concrete pipe, and over time it's kind of eroded away. And now we're seeing the structural support, which is never a good thing for a concrete structure. The moment rebar is showing or the wire mesh is showing, that's basically the moment you start losing your structural integrity of the sewer main. The good news is it's still a nice circular shape. And so what we're proposing to do is to leverage a technology called cured in place lining. And basically what you take is a saturated felt material, you saturate with resin, you inflate it inside the sewer main, and then you cure it to a hard material. And so basically you form a pipe within the pipe, you use the existing sewer as the mold. The advantages are it's a lot cheaper than traditional excavation, and also there's a lot less construction impact because you're not having to dig a trench for the full length. So we're asking, we submit this project with a request for financial assistance. We're going to start kind of near the treatment plant and work our way up along Chartiers Creek. That is correct. Yeah, it's very scope adjustable as opposed to our last project, which is kind of was more of a fixed cost.
So you're forcing new pipe into old pipe. That's.
Yeah, you're more creating new pipe within old pipe.
Right.
Yeah.
How long is the interceptor?
The interceptor runs for about a mile. It goes from 36-inch down to 30-inch.
Okay, other questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next is Fort Cherry Development District, Phase 1B. And requesting entity is Imperial Land Corporation, E2. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon and thank you. My name is Jocelyn Everett. I'm here on behalf of Imperial Land Corporation. We are a developer seeking funding to create public improvements and generate economic development in Robinson Township of Washington County, specifically at Phase 1B of the Fort Cherry Development District. The Fort Cherry Development District is an industrial park at the Midway McDonald exit of PA 576. It encompasses nearly 900 acres of land that was formerly strip mined and in need of redevelopment. Once complete, the development will generate well over $542 million worth of private investment in Washington County and can accommodate over 6 million square feet of light industrial space. In 2024, Imperial Land Corporation completed Phase 1 of the development. And what that was it brought utilities, public utilities to the site. It built about a quarter mile of roadway, which is now Robinson Township roadway, known as Campus Boulevard. And it created 3 pad-ready industrial sites. When you consider the construction, engineering, and permitting costs for Phase 1, it was over a $3.2 million investment. Because there is demand for industrial space, Class A industrial space specifically, we are looking to continue and build out what we are referring to as Phase 1B, which is fully permitted from an NPDES and land development standpoint. And we would continue making those public improvements, and our request of approximately $1.3 million makes up about 50% of the project total cost for Phase 1B. And what exactly that would do is that would extend public utilities along Campus Boulevard, and it would continue building Campus Boulevard for an additional 2,100 feet It would open up another lot or perhaps 2 lots if subdivided, which could accommodate over 550,000 square feet of additional space. And perhaps most notably, it would open up phase 2 of our development, which can accommodate over 1 million square feet of industrial space. Like I said, it's already fully permitted. We could go out to bid tomorrow if the funding was available. This is a significant investment in Washington County. The county does lack Class A industrial space, and there is demand for it. But if you were to look at the county's comprehensive plan, recent initiatives like Washington Forward, the Fort Cherry Development District is a really unique opportunity for the county. There's nowhere really in Washington County where there's this vast amount of acreage under one owner that can accommodate or be developed for this type of purpose. So it's a great opportunity for Robinson Township, the Fort Cherry School District, and Washington County to have additional private investment come in. They would certainly bolster the local tax base, and we have had significant support from the Fort Cherry School District and Robinson Township for this type of project. As an experienced developer, Imperial Land has had success in other similar development projects and looks forward to continuing our investment in Washington County. And we thank the LSA Board for your consideration of our request. Are there any questions?
Questions? I have just maybe one. The other locations, the other, I call them flat spots, your pads that are already plumbed, already developed, do you have renters there now? Do you have, what does the results look like for some of these areas?
Yes, so in phase 1, we created 3 lots. One of those lots is sold, another one is under agreement, so that really only leaves 1 lot available. That's the current status of the site.
So they're sold and with the obviously intention of building a structure?
Yes.
Bringing a business in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
The next project is Human Service Support. The requesting entity is Washington County Department of Human Services, DHS. It's P45.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Tiffany Millivac, the Deputy Director of Human Services for Washington County. I am sitting in for Director John Timidji. He is out on a paternity leave this week. The Washington County DHS is requesting support for the following support services and capital project development to improve and strengthen the quality of life for residents throughout Washington County. Our application included funding requests for 6 different projects. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of each of the projects, and then we can have time for questions. The first project is police social worker. We are seeking match funding to match the opioid settlement funding to add a police social worker to hopefully Washington City, which will complement the addition that Peters Township is adding a social worker to their force. A police social worker will act in a co-response system and work alongside of the police to provide any needed social support services once the police clear a scene and they can connect individuals with the services that they need. The second project that we are requesting funding for is food insecurity, and this is to address the county-wide shortage. This will support and augment the USDA food support program to more fully address the needs of the growing food insecure population. We are requesting $50,000, again, to supplement the state food fund program allocation. The third program is the Charleroi Wellness Center. Washington County Department of Human Services has commenced efforts to explore the creation of a neighborhood wellness center that will serve as a catalyst for a comprehensive community initiative, or CCI, to provide support service programming to the growing immigrant population in the Charleroi community and also the lifelong residents of Charleroi. The project status is we have conducted an appraisal of a site on Fallowfield Avenue, and we are seeking funding to help acquire and build out the space. The site will consist of all human services departments and external community providers so that we can ensure we provide all support services to the residents of Charleroi. The fourth project is the Emergency Shelter Grant Match, which is countywide. This will be a match to support the HUD-funded program for the Emergency Solutions Grant. This will help with rapid rehousing of homeless persons, prevention of homelessness, street outreach, and also support our emergency shelters. The fifth project is a rideshare program. Washington County desires to further develop a rideshare program to address the lack of transportation across the county, especially those that are residing in rural communities. We are seeking match funding to opioid settlement funds so that we can start the rideshare program and plan to work with Human Services and Freedom Transit to start the program. And the final project is a home furnishings voucher program. We are seeking funding to start a voucher program and work with Habitat for Humanity to provide individuals with vouchers where they can seek needed home furnishings such as couches, dining room tables, things of that nature, so we can continue to support permanent housing and help residents be able to stay in their houses. And that is it on the 6 proposals. I appreciate you guys giving me time this afternoon. Thank you.
Questions?
Is there a particular prioritization?
I wouldn't say that there's a.
They're all distinct.
They are all very distinct, absolutely, and our goal is to hopefully get all of the programs up and running. And the funding support would ensure that we are able to start all of these programs this year. But for example, police social worker, Peters Township has already been able to add the social worker to their department. Our goal is to be able to add a second social worker to an area of high need, such as Washington City. We would like them to start at the same time, ideally, so that they can work together since this is a new initiative. Food insecurity is an ongoing and growing issue that will be ever present. The Charleroi Wellness Center, we have already gotten to the point of completing the appraisal, and now we are just seeking funding so that we can acquire the site. The Emergency Shelter Grant Match, we've already received the HUD funding and have to have match funding in order to obtain that. Rideshare program, again, we want to address the ever present transportation needs across our county. And the home furnishings, that's a brand new program. The voucher program will be brand new. So I would say no particular priority. All of these we hope to get up and running, but any support for any of them or all of them would be greatly appreciated.
My question is, you mentioned the opioid match on 2 of the 6.
Yes.
And yet your grant application shows nothing as far as a dollar figure for match. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, absolutely. So for the opioid settlement funding, so if you're familiar with the opioid settlement trust, they're pretty particular as to what the opioid settlement funds can be used for. So for example, with the police social worker, we could not use 100% of opioid settlement funds to pay for the social worker because the funds are restricted to be used to remediate or treat individuals specifically with opioid use disorder. So we could only pay, for example, a percentage of the salary of the social worker with those funds, not 100% of it. And that is the same as the rideshare program. So obviously 100% of the individuals seeking transportation will not have opioid use disorder. So we could only use a portion of that. Yeah, for the police social worker, 42,500 was already set aside for the police social workers. And the rideshare program, half of it, so 25,000 is opioid settlement and half is requested from LSA.
Does the Peters Township go outside of Peters Township?
So unfortunately, no. So the model, we are actually working with Hampton Township in Allegheny County. Allegheny County has basically been pioneering the idea of the police social workers in our greater Pittsburgh area. Hampton Township has been instrumental in sharing their program, their policies with us so that we can get this program up and running. The police social worker is designed such that the social worker is on the police force. So they only operate obviously within their designated township. They could act outside of that, but what they're finding is the need is so great in every given township that when you have one social worker, they can barely meet the needs of all of the individuals in any given township. So we're really trying to add these individuals where they can make the most impact, but also keeping in mind we don't want to overwhelm the social worker.
How do you pay for the salary on year 2?
So good question. So Peters Township, every year they will reapply to have the portion of the salary paid for. And their plan is after 3 to 5 years, they are gonna work the salary 100% into their budget. They just needed some time. So they will be able to use opioid settlement funding.
Yeah, so that's, Peters Township is a township that can do that. The city of Washington, on the other hand.
Correct.
How do they pay for it?
And that's that is the obvious issue that we're running into is finding an appropriate township the most appropriate township to place the social worker, and also a township that may in the near future be able to add that into their budget. And so we've been having lots of preliminary conversations, and a lot of this does come down to budget. But again, opioid settlement is always an option for the years that we have that coming in, which is supposed to be up to 18 years. So we can hope to be able to supplement that for a period of time until they can build it in. But we are looking for obvious sources of funding so we can help these programs.
Okay, other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Home Ownership Center of Washington County. You're requesting entity as blueprints. P43.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So we're here representing Blueprints Home Ownership Center, and thank you for allowing us a few minutes of your time to tell you about our organization and the work that we do. The Blueprints Homeownership Center was founded in 2014 through the support of LSA funding. And over the past decade, we've helped 1,054 families either purchase their first home or avoid foreclosure. This year, we're requesting $155,000 in LSA funding to continue the work that spanned this past decade. According to census data, 16.4% of homeowners in Washington County are cost burdened, which is defined as the household spending more than 30% of their income on housing related costs. When we look at renters, that statistic jumps even higher to 34.6% of households, again, in Washington County that are cost burdened. We see this every day and very up close, proven at Blueprints. Last year, the Homeownership Center received 1,031 unique requests for services or programming. In addition, quarterly Blueprints receives approximately 250 requests for housing stabilization services, which includes renting households. So the necessary comprehensive services that our homeownership counselors, like Irene, who's with us today, that they provide include individual pre- and post-purchase counseling, credit repair, and foreclosure mitigation. The continued support of LSA funding will allow us to maintain a fully operational homeownership center, and that includes 20 new residents purchasing their first home, 75 at-risk homeowners through foreclosure prevention counseling, 350 residents with financial coaching, including credit repair strategies, and 100 renters avoiding eviction or homelessness, thereby stabilizing our area's neighborhoods. We provided a handout that illustrates some of the accomplishments supported by LSA funding over the past decade, and your continued support will ensure the Homeownership Center remains this vital resource in Washington County that addresses both immediate housing challenges and fosters long-term stability. Thank you again for your time, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions? Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, next is 2025 brush run equipment upgrades and replacements. Peters Township Sanitary Authority is requesting it. P1.
Hi there, I'm representing Peters Township Sanitary Authority. My name is Patricia Lowry. Our project, we have the 2025 brush run equipment project. Part of our project is the belt filter press upgrade. If any of you are familiar with what a belt filter press is, probably not. It's like a apple cider press. So that's what it does to the sludge. It drains all the water out of the sludge. I know, when I first saw it the first time I came to and work at the authority, I'm like, okay, that is just like the apple cider press that we took the kids on a tour. This belt filter press, though, it's over 40 years old. We put it in, we've done lots of upgrades and projects and maintenance and repair to it to try to keep it working, and it's done its job, but now we're ready for a new one. Part of the reason too we want to do this is that system is antiquated, and it does pose a safety hazard for our guys. They have to manually lift these liquid polymers over their head to get into the tank. So these new systems are all automated. I think the tanks just kind of slide up to the actual machine and everything's just automated. The other thing is structurally, the integrity, because it's such an old piece of equipment, our guys fix it, they weld it together. So the structural components are pretty much done. Something else breaks on it, we're afraid it's just gonna be gone. The other thing is, of course, it's gonna be a lot more efficient in today's. And then the integration with our SCADA system, which we had done a couple years ago. So that was that part. Now then part of this other project is, when we do our projects, we try to group our treatment plants. We were here, I don't know, probably like 7 years ago on our DC plant. This one's our brush run plant. So we try to group things together when we're working on our treatment plants. So the other part of this project is our clarifier tank. The tank itself is concrete, but the inner parts to it are, it's like it mixes, it has an epoxy coating, so it's like a little structure inside the big tank. So the epoxy on that is just, it's all peeling, it's starting to rust. So part of this project, we will drain that, and when we bid out the other part of the belt filter press, we'll have the same contractor coming in, sandblasting it and putting the epoxy on. And then lastly, we have the gates. We have 2 entrance gates, and right now they're just open all day, and they're just, when the guys leave, it's a chain and padlock. So we want to actually get automated Wi-Fi gates, so then it's going to be a lot more safe and secure with the touchpad. So that's our project. We're asking for well, whatever support you'll give us, but total projects right now are estimated at 1.8 million. So questions?
What's the priority?
Well, actually, we're gonna do all 3, but the priority is the belt filter press. And basically, we did receive funding also. We have 300,000 in funding as our application says it's secured. All of your funding probably is gonna go towards the belt filter press too, but when we bid these out, it'll be all together. So we do one contractor, so we're saving the cost by doing one contractor. Otherwise, we'd have to bid 3 separate projects. So we're gonna group it all together. So there's really, but definitely the belt filter, because in the belt filter press is the majority of the funds that we need.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you doing New Eagle next?
We are doing New Eagle next.
Oh, wait, I actually helped them. Max is coming up. Their operations manager was unable to attend. Their supervisor, is here along with their office manager, and Max is their, gonna be their new operator.
How are you doing? E3, this project is the 2025 treatment plant control system upgrades for requesting entities, New Eagle Municipal Sewage Authority.
So as she said, my name's Max Rossi. I'm a new operator, soon to be plant operator of New Eagle Municipal Authority. I want to thank you guys for giving me the chance to speak today, and thank you for the previous grants we've gotten from you guys. It helped us out tremendously. A New Eagle small borough, 2,400 is our population, and our customer base is made up of 862 residential customers and 229 commercial customers. So, pretty small. This year's LSA request is for updating our controller SCADA system at the plant. Our current system is pretty old. It was installed in 1997 and it's now become obsolete. Repair parts aren't available anymore. They need to be custom made, so they're very expensive. So with updating our control system to a newer version, it'll provide better cybersecurity than the system that we're currently using. And some other benefits would be, it would be much more energy efficient, and there would be much more centralized control of everything going on in the plant. It would basically connect everything all to one place so you can see what's happening all at one time, which would make treatment easier and better. So this grant would help us achieve all of these things and more, I'm sure. The total project cost is $143,850. We've worked diligently with the engineers to make this project cost efficient. And we're requesting from you $110,000, but like Patty said, we'll take whatever we can get. I thank you for your time and the opportunity and for your understanding of the necessity of this project for us, and appreciate your support for the betterment of our community.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, thanks. Okay, next is purchase of K-9 vehicle and supplies, Greene County Regional Police Department, P59.
Good, I see that, that's excellent. All right, well, for those that don't know me, my name is Tyler Link, Township Manager for South Franklin Township. This is Chief William DeFort of the Greene County Regional Police Department. We have just started working with them in September of last year. They're moving up into Washington County a little bit. They just also contracted with Canton Township, and they work with Morris Township in Greene County, as well as Washington County and Wayne Township and Perry Township, excuse me. And we are here to try to get them some new equipment. These guys haven't had a new police car in quite a while, so we're trying to get them something new. Currently, right now, what they typically do is get used vehicles through Enterprise. They get about $23,000 a vehicle for that. But we're looking to get them something brand new, a brand new vehicle that's equipped for their needs, built out as they need it, not kind of pieced together with that. The K-9 is an extra throw in there, something that they don't have. We realize it's going to take a bit extra to take care of it in a couple of years, so we're looking for more of a vehicle rather than also the K-9 in the vehicle. So we don't want to necessarily take away money from anyone else, but we do have the capability of needing a vehicle for these guys, especially as they're expanding, whether it be a brand new vehicle that we can get for them, or like I said, if we can get them a couple of vehicles through Enterprise that are used. We're just looking for any help that these guys can get for that. So we're here for any questions that you may have for that, for myself or Chief.
Questions?
There's Ben Roethlisberger has a grant, a foundation that donates generously to canines and police forces and everything else. Have you pursued?
No, I wasn't aware of that, no.
Okay, yeah, because that's been around for some time.
Oh, okay.
You know
Yeah,
about
I
it?
took a look, I think the grant's been closed for a little while. Because Ben Roethlisberger did put that together. I took a look at it.
Oh, excellent, okay,
I didn't
good.
let him know, but I think that grant had been closed. First, I'd like to say thank you for having us, and I greatly appreciate it. The K-9 is on the top. The reality, like Tyler has said, is mostly vehicles and equipment. As you know, police vehicles get beat up a great deal. So we try to keep, a couple cars that are on the road and have one extra. We have about 5 vehicles now and 14 officers. So vehicles is always a main concern. We're spendthrifts. So we try to find the best value that we can. We would appreciate any type of help that you could give us. We're not looking for a Cadillac. We're looking for a nice, hardworking, good gas economy type vehicle, so we can continue the service that we're providing for the townships that we're covering in the county. So, if that clarified that the best way that possibly could. Look, we take a Tesla at this stage of the game. Like I said, we'll take a Tesla.
We were just talking about that.
We were. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, other questions?
Three. We're doing Morris, Washington, South Franklin, and now Canton. And Canton is keeping us busy. Almost 18 calls a day. So we're going to be running the vehicles a little heavy, in that township for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Next project, Bentworth Athletic Stadium Parking Improvement. Requesting entity Bentworth Community Athletic Stadium Initiative. C3. C3, Bentleyville.
Hi, everybody. My name is Amy Burt. I'm the president or leader of the Bentworth community. We changed the name Arts and Athletics Community Student Initiatives, where we are a group of parents, community members, and businesses who support art-related and athletic-related activities for our kids in our community. Obviously, we support the school district because that's where a lot of the initiatives happen, but we also support the youth programs that are happening at our facilities. So we have been around since 2018, so pretty new, and we've got a lot of support from our area small businesses, but with bigger projects, we do have to reach out for grant funding, as our small community businesses can only do what they can do. So we're requesting around $38,000 to support our project of creating new and updated parking areas at our football/soccer stadium, which is in Ellsworth, Pennsylvania. We, in the summer of 2024, renovated the land on if you look at the picture, I don't know if you have access to that picture, but it's on the left side of the picture where we removed trees and we renewed the driveway that goes into the stadium. So our next step requesting the $38,000 would be to create parking spaces inside of the athletic field. And with that, we would clear trees, and you can see that area is at the bottom of the picture if you're looking at that picture. Excavate the land for drainage, repair the fence and the gated entrance, and then build a barrier wall for safety between the parking spots, because it would be where the attendees are for the games. Why do we need this all of a sudden? Because obviously we've been around for a while. We used to use a parking lot that was adjacent to the facility, but someone new has purchased that building and they no longer allow us to use that parking area. This past season, we had a lot of issues with our parking, so we really knew that we have to do something with it. As an example in the write-up, a mom was in labor and she was stuck because we lined them up like the sardines in a can. We also have patrons can park in town, but that causes a lot of hazard because it's just a residential and people get towed a lot. So, and then the other big need is our coaching staff and the visiting team's coaching staff has to drive through the bleachered areas to get to their parking areas. So if we had this gated entrance where we created the new driveway this summer, they could park safely without having to drive through people who are attending the games. We are just asking for support for supplies as we have completed many projects with in-kind donations, and we currently have people lined up to do the excavation, to do the building, to do the renovations, which would include in-kind donations from community members and businesses, and also the school district has agreed to pay for the salaries of the maintenance staff to support it. And I think that's all I was going to present. Any questions?
Okay, this is paving the football field parking lot. Is that?
No, we're creating a new parking area, which we would have to excavate the land, and we were just going to lay gravel down. The current parking lot is gravel, and we're fine with just gravel for now. Yeah. So it's a new parking area that hasn't been used yet. And the school district did recently obtain a land survey, so we know where our boundaries are. So that was at the start of the project in summer 24.
Okay, quick question. You were saying you have in-kind donations and the school district's going to pay the salaries of the maintenance and all that. And you just said that there was a survey done. Do you have the totals on all of those? Because those would be a match.
Oh.
Listed as part of your match.
Okay. I've never gotten labor estimates from them because they just do what they do. Sometimes it's 2 hours a day, sometimes it's 13 hours a day. Yeah, so I do not have those.
Even the survey.
Okay.
That's already been done.
Yeah. Am I permitted to get those and then resubmit or?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I can have those by the end of the week, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Waterside Park Comfort Station project, requested entity North Franklin Township. C35. Good afternoon.
My name is Erin Dinch. I'm here representing North Franklin. And I'm here to talk to you about our comfort station for Waterside Park. As most of you probably know, we are opening a nature park. It's 90 acres, and it's on the old water company property that's near Washington Town Center. A lot of the details on the park are on the handout that's coming across to you, so I won't spend a lot of time on that. But we have reached the point in our planning where we need to start thinking about additional restroom facilities. We have a lot of projects going on this year and next year that will bring in a lot of people, have a lot of expansion, and so the restroom facilities are going to be definitely needed. Sorry, I'm gonna catch my breath. Right now, the restroom facilities for the park are provided through the municipal building, which is on the property that we opened in June. But the problem is the municipal building is only open from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. So we don't have restroom facilities on the weekends or evenings. As we move forward and more people are there, that's going to be necessary. This summer, we plan to put porta-johns out for people to use. The problem with them being not only the lack of sanitariness of the porta-johns, but also that they don't provide for everyone's needs. They don't provide changing facilities for small children, and they don't provide a changing table for older children or adults with disabilities. Our park is aimed at being fully accessible and inclusive, and will provide trails and things for people in wheelchairs. We have to provide the facilities for them to be able to have those other needs met. A lot of people that have children in wheelchairs find that they can't take them places because if they get there and there's no way to change them, you're left with the options of maybe using your car or laying them on the public restroom floor. And then if you put them down there and you have an adult child, how do you pick them back up? And so we want to be able to provide that facility for them to make the park truly inclusive for everyone. In addition, it will provide extra capacity for people visiting the event center. The style of restroom we've looked at is something they use in a lot of state and federal parks. The whole thing is made of concrete, even though it looks like siding and brick. So it has an anti-graffiti coating on it so that it holds up for vandalism, for you can't gouge it, you can't set it on fire. If it floods, you hose it out and keep moving. So I think it will really provide a nice facility for us for a long time into the future. It will also provide for everyone that visits our park.
Okay, questions?
I just want to thank you for considering putting adult changing tables in there. I have legislation that would help to pursue those, moving forward with especially state buildings and bathrooms and things, because we have an ever-growing population of disabled veterans and adults who are disabled who go out in the community, and they don't want to stop their celebrations and visits to have to go home.
Right, some of the things we're looking at in the park, I applied for a Fish and Boat Commission grant recently that will let us have a fishing dock that has an ADA accessible kayak launch. So it will allow you to go right out there in a wheelchair, pulling your kayak. It can go right down the ramp, and it has a transfer station that you can get into the kayak and go out on your own. So we are trying to look at facilities like that, because I have seen those types of facilities on the other end of the state where my son lives, but I haven't really seen them here. So we're hoping to be able to provide some different things that you don't tend to see.
We had some of those in Monongahela, didn't we, Kenny? Yeah. Thanks.
You know, you're very thorough. What other grants have you applied for?
What are the grants for this particular project or for the entire park?
This particular project.
We applied for state LSA.
Unsuccessful there?
Well, it hasn't come out yet. We just applied, in October.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Canonsburg Education and Cultural Institute Development Project. What's actually the Auditorium Development Project. Requesting entity is the Canonsburg Education and Cultural Institute. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
C6. Okay.
My name is Tony Calazo. I'm the president of CSCI, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today about our project that we have going on in Canada. With me, I have Paul and Lisa Scarmazzi, our vice president and secretary of our board, to help here as we go on. I'm going to follow the presentation that they're giving to you right now. Paul handed out, and I wanted to talk about the overall project, and then the piece that we're going to do is consider phase one, which is parking in the theater, that we're going to convert the auditorium to a theater. Our presentation starts with welcoming you to CECI and asking you to understand that there's a great opportunity for us to transform the community by taking a facility that is available in Town Canonsburg and making it a viable community center, if you will, that have a number of pieces associated. We feel that it's transformational because it has the ability to impact us economically. It gives all people in the area, not just Canonsburg, but the county and also further distance away, an opportunity to participate in things that don't currently exist. And that's one of our missions, is to do that. If you go to the next page, market surveys find that our reach is not only Canonsburg, but also the county, as well as areas outside the county. And we had a professional group out of Tampa do the market survey for us, so that it was done very, very effectively. We know that we will support economic development and enhance the quality of life of our community through what we want to do overall with CECI and the middle school in Canonsburg. Our vision is to image Imagine a community where creativity knows no bounds, where the synergy of the arts, culture, wellness, and education cultivates a thriving ecosystem of imagination. Canonsburg Educational Culture Institute will be that transformative space, one-of-a-kind landmark that became a destination and a regional asset, not only for Washington County, but elsewhere. We see the current school, turning into a community center that will allow people with a passion to share it with others and to grow the idea of we can do anything. The project overview, from the point of view when we started in September 20th, when we identified that the school was going to become available because they were building a new school. We incorporated in May of 21 into CECI, a nonprofit, to take this and make it a multi-use community center. And we brainstormed for a good period of time. We acquired $250,000 to do due diligence at that time for the Canonsburg Economic Development Community Fund, which we greatly appreciated and showed local support. The campus is 5.8 acres. It consists of an auditorium that we're going to convert into a theater, a gymnasium that we're going to turn into an athletic center, classrooms to be used by multiple purposes for many, many things, and we'll be part of history with the Jefferson Historical Society, as well as the first college west of the Alleghenies and the cabin that's on site. We intend on expanding all of those things. Phase one, because it's a big project, is the auditorium being converted to a theater and parking to support that piece of what we have going on. We've done due diligence now for almost 18 months, A to Z, covering every aspect of what needed to be done, from environmental to HVAC and everything in between, to identify what needs to be done to bring the facility up to snuff. Fortunately, it has good bones. The building is a good building. It just needs moderated, upgraded, and made to meet code at this particular time. We picked the theater to be the first phase because it can be, as we have identified through feasibility studies, that it is a sustainable piece of what we're doing. It can generate enough revenue over time to make it stand on its own feet. It also is an individual building that's outcropped from the rest of the campus that gives us a little more contained effort in the way of our startup efforts. The structure itself is in good order. Most of the items that we're asking for here and are in phase one are enhancements and upgrades to make it a first-class facility. You can see the project milestones on page 7 that we've gone through, and yes, we've received a $1 million RCAP that we were excited about in November of 2024. There's massive support for the project. That project includes many, many areas that are interested in renting space there, and keeping in mind that we have not marketed the building as of yet, and we have strong interest from enough people that would take over 61% of the square footage that's available, and there's 150,000 square feet available in the building plus the auditorium. So we're very excited about the interest that has been generated just from word of mouth. We've also had very formal support from our politicians from the national level all the way down to the local level that we really do appreciate as we explain and tour the building and show what we want to do from that perspective. So we have lots of that going on, lots of good support. And as I said, phase one is very important to us to get us started off the ground. In the application, we supplied all the needed financial documentation that's associated with that. We've had these bid out, and we're very comfortable with the numbers as well as the time frame for which we could make this happen and have a viable theater in Washington County, something that doesn't exist today as we know it, and has been supported by folks that recognize that the arts are very, very important to us in this community, and we need more opportunities for people to participate in.
Questions? So I do have a question. So we have about, so you're requesting about $500,000.
Correct.
So total, and then you probably wouldn't know this, but we have over $37 million worth of requests. So Does the project move forward if we're possibly able to fund you partially but not fully?
Well, obviously, moving forward is a function of money.
Sure.
Everything else is in place already. The due diligence included many portions of architectural work and redesign and things of that nature. And what we're looking for is support, especially for the first phase, to keep going so we can get sustainability. We need about $2 million.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions?
Yes. So I'm familiar with the area. I actually went through Cannon Middle School, and I know there's not a lot of parking there. So what are your plans to, this is a pretty big venue. It has the potential for a lot of parking spots. So where are you planning?
Yeah, that's correct. The venue, as we see it right now, for the theater will need about 130 spaces according to the code that has been already worked out for us. We have approximately 200 spaces worked out. Since you're familiar with it, you know the football field behind the building. That's going to be the biggest new parking piece that doesn't exist currently. The other pieces will need to be cleaned up and whatnot, and they're around the adjacent area, but that will be something that will be the primary parking area. And it more than fills our need at this time. Very important piece. To be quite honest with you, we didn't want to do parking first, but we really didn't have a choice.
Sure. Okay, yeah, thank you. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next project is Charleroi Market House expansion work. The requesting entity is Charleroi Borough, C7.
Sure.
What's that next to?
The building on in the upper photograph, that is a dilapidated building that's currently in the county land bank that's gonna be
I was just trying to picture where the building is. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joe Manning. I'm the Charleroi Borough Manager. I'm pleased to be joined this afternoon by Mr. Kulak, who's the architect on this project. The application before the board today is for a market house or expansion of the market house in downtown Charleroi. This facility is located along McCain Avenue, right in the heart of the business district in Charleroi. As you can see, as Mr. Chairman had requested in the upper photograph, you can see the building next to the existing market house now. That is a building that's currently in the Washington County Land Bank. It is slated for demolition. We expect that demolition actually to begin sometime during the month of January in this year. The lower rendering shows what we envision will take place after that building has been removed and we can expand the footprint of the market house over to where the existing building is. So the request before the board enhances the community in Charleroi. Excuse me. So, what is a community? What's it made of? Parks, a library, public gathering spaces. This is a central gathering space for people in Charleroi. It's used for various activities, not only sponsored by the borough, but by private citizens who utilize this facility throughout the year for various things. We have everything from weddings to class reunions, as I said, community events. It's used during 4th of July celebrations. It's used during Veterans Day celebrations. It's used for Christmas, Halloween celebrations all throughout the year. The idea is to expand this to enhance the availability of people to utilize this space, which I said is located in the central business district on McCain Avenue. We feel that with an enhanced space like this, it could encourage ancillary businesses to open in that same area. Places that will be supportive of this. And the architect here has other renderings that sort of enhance what the idea is.
Yeah, we're envisioning, kind of repeating the same elements of the existing building, the existing pavilion, getting another gate wall, and then having just a lower canopy roof taken off of the larger one, and that expands everything under cover, so to speak. So it's a simple project, not a difficult expansion.
No, and the original structure that you see here now was completed in year 2010, and it was a combination of funding from CDBG funds from the federal government, from Charleroi Borough itself, and from this board that created the space that's there now. So we see this as the next phase of expansion and enhancement of that area in the borough of Charleroi, and a continuation of the original design and plan for that area.
Okay, questions? Questions?
I'm just trying to figure this out, because in this, it looks as though you've taken sluggers out and put in a large garage door, like to what, like an open undercover venue? What would, is that what we're
That was
looking
an
at?
initial rendering. Actually, that building is coming down. We were wanting to, at one point, salvage the building.
Oh,
And it's structurally
okay.
not salvageable.
Okay, so this.
So this rendering, Senator, it is more of a canopy structure open, not salvaging the old building that's there.
So this looks very similar to what was done in downtown Washington, where the market, and it's used all the time. Thank you.
Does that change your estimate? No, the budget estimate that I did is based on this, not based on salvaging an old building.
Okay, other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Cole Center Street, excuse me, I'm ahead of myself here a little bit. 2025 CIPP repair program. It's Peters Creek Sanitary Authority. That's requesting, and that's P2.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Kovacs, Peters Creek Sanitary Authority Manager. We're located in Flemingville Borough. We serve approximately 4,600 customers, approximately 5,063 equivalent dwelling units. Our project is 2025 Cured in Place Pipe Repair Program Project F. The original system was put in the 1970s, and Tetra clay pipe allows for infiltration in the system and everything, and we pay for every drop of water. We don't have our own plant. It goes down to Clarendon Municipal Authority. Since 2005, we've been in a PADEP corrective action plan, which requires us to reduce peak wet weather flow within our system. Then we had an Act 537 plan approved in 2012 to include project to reduce wet weather flow, and includes projects to do so. We've invested since 1995, $6.3 million to reduce groundwater infiltration, rainfall dependent infiltration and inflow, to improve in projects. Now I'd like to let Eric talk about more on the project and flow reduction objectives.
Thank you, Rick. My name is Eric Fritz. I work for LSA, the consulting engineer. As Rick mentioned, PCSA is proposing a rehabilitation project in both Union Township and Peters Township for the year 2025, which will consist of cured in place pipe lining of approximately 11,600 linear feet of 8-inch VCP pipe, which was installed approximately in the 1970s. As you can see on the diagram on slide 3, existing VCP pipe over time will deteriorate, which allows inflow and infiltration of groundwater and rainwater into the PCSA sewer system. which results in both a reduced capacity of the system and additional treatment costs. Also, as shown on diagram 3 on slide 3, cured in place pipelining works by installing a liner within the existing VCP pipe to remove infiltration from entering the system. This type of rehabilitation method is preferred as open cut trenches are not required and is relatively cheaper than other methods such as replacement. As you'll see on the next slide is a map of the proposed project. In green and purple are the existing PCSA lines. Circled in red there is the project area, the existing sewer lines that are going to be targeted.
Thank you, Eric. I'd like to talk about Peters Creek Sanitary Authority financial needs. As you see on the last page or next to the last page, the total PCA budget, we don't have our own plant as reported. It goes down to Clarendon Municipal Authority. So 70%, almost 70% of our budget is used to pay treatment charge flow for our customers and the financial needs of taking bond debt out and loans out. So we pay right now $2 per 1,000 for all the sanitary flow from all our customers in our system. They have to do a project, and they're talking about raising the rate to $231 per 1,000 when they finish phase 2. Right now, currently, we pay 26.13% of a $40 million bond, and it equates to about $800,000. They have to do a phase 2 project now. They need an additional $33 million. And we'll be responsible to pay 26.13% of that project. So the total estimated project cost of doing this lining project is $562,250. Respectfully request to $281,125, and we're committed to matching the funds of 50%. And the project is ready to go, hopefully getting your approval. Thank you.
Questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Donora Borough Public Works Facility. Donora Borough is the requesting entity, C8.
Cheers.
We just have a side table for the next half hour at least.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present our LSA application. My name is Mike Thornton. I'm the Borough Administrator for the Borough of Donora. With me is my Street Supervisor, Dean Fonsalia for our Public Works. Ken Kulak is our designer for the project, and also Nathan Wojtek from the RACW has been helping us with the development of this project plan. Our 2025 LSA grant is a request for construction of a new public services facility. It's going to include a maintenance area for repairs and upkeep of our large specialized equipment and vehicles that we use to maintain our streets, parks, and buildings. In addition, the facility will provide for storage materials, supplies, and equipment that afford the public works staff basic accommodations, which it doesn't enjoy right now, which is an office, lunch area, and locker rooms for the men to change. The current public works facility is over 50 years old. It's antiquated, no longer provides the capacity we need for all the vehicles and equipment and servicing that we have for the borough. And it is also landlocked, and it prevents expansion. It's not an option for us, unfortunately. We just found out our neighbor next door, who we share an entrance with, is planning on expansion of his building. And if that does occur, 3/4 of our parking lot is his property. Unfortunately, we'll lose even more capacity to store vehicles and whatnot that are already out in the weather. It's no secret that Donora has faced significant challenges over the last several decades, but the ability of our street department to handle work internally has provided an opportunity to help the borough stay afloat financially. They perform their own repairs, things like tires, brakes, fluid changes, et cetera. And they mount their own plow blades, salt boxes, et cetera. So all the labor is done by our department. We don't farm anything out unless it's a major repair. We have been very efficient in utilizing our COVID relief and ARPA funds, and we always use the state's CoStar systems to keep our budget where it's manageable for all our purchases. And we also have acquired equipment that's used, and with our abilities and skills, our street departments refurbish them. For instance, we just salvaged an F-350 snow plow by putting a stake bed on the back of it, which our group together welded that together. And in addition to that, they mounted a salt box to it. So now we have a usable truck for a couple more winters. We're very frugal with what we do have, and we're very grateful for the gifts we've been given through the COVID relief and ARPA funds. We make good use of them. However, right now, those assets are sitting outside, not under cover, and we're in desperate need of this building to help us. In addition to that, the Nora Borough has a reputation of being a hardworking community, and we have the capability to address types of projects and services, which I mentioned, that other municipalities will farm out and pay for as opposed to have their street departments perform themselves. The development of this new facility will enable to continue the fine work and reputation of our Denora Street Department. And with your help, we can bring this project to fruition. Again, we're grateful for the gifts we've been given through the COVID relief and ARPA funds to finally have the assets we need to service our community's property. Please help us maintain those over time, get the useful life we should expect out of these vehicles and equipment that we have, and help us with our project. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, next is Cole Center Street Paving Project.
That will be me.
Cole Center Borough. It's P36. There it is.
Ken Kulak with Kulak George Architects, representing the Borough of Cole Center. Upside down. Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Unfortunately, the borough officials themselves couldn't be here and asked me to stand in for them. So the borough wants to take on a street paving and repair project. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the little town of Cole Center. It's probably one of the best kept secrets of a river town in Washington County. It's a true gem of a community, but they have a low tax base. They have an operating budget of about $65,000. So there is not a lot there to work with, and they are in desperate need of safety concerns with their streets, the ability to pave them. They are growing as a community, and we would like to see that with the features of nice roads that would want people to move in. There's some plans in the making down the road that we probably may come in at some point and share with you, revitalizing the downtown, which is right on the riverfront. So keeping up with the infrastructure is vital to a small community, and especially one with a low tax base. And pretty much that's the crux of the project. So they will use Act 13 funds to help with match money here. Okay.
Okay, questions?
Is the match is 15,000, is that the only?
That's the only match that they come up with, again, with a $65,000 operating budget. They will use the Act 13 funds that they've accumulated over time to help pay for match. Pardon me? They don't own equipment. They sub out a lot of their work to whomever can help.
How big is your road department?
They don't have a road department. No. You use the word downtown. They have, I use it loosely because it does have a little, what was once probably a business district. But again, this is as small of a community as you're gonna get, with two primary roads and housing. It has a wonderful little pub for loggerheads, if anyone has ever been down there.
How many miles of road are you looking at?
Pardon me?
How many miles of road are we looking at?
Well, it's not even miles,
I know, it's
like
just- yeah.
two.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's like 40-some hundred square yards of paving. And again, we're being picky about little areas that we're repairing, because some of the streets are okay and decent shape, so we're being frugal about how we will repair them. So, okay. They do, but because of there's so little amount of streets, they don't get much. And that goes to snow removal. That basically is their salt budget. Yeah. So, because there's so few streets, and the liquid fuels is distributed by them, like the roads in your community.
Would you, may do it partial at all? I mean, could you do anything with a partial? I mean, it's only $139,000, I understand, but even part of it?
Part of it, yeah. I mean, they'll pay whatever they can with whatever monies are granted.
Okay.
So we'll stretch the dollar as far as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Ellsworth Community Park Exercise Trail, Ellsworth Borough, C11.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Seghetti. I'm president of the Ellsworth Borough Council. How many of you have been here for 3 or 4 years? You probably recognize that picture. It's been up before. We've been here before. Last year we were denied, naturally, but we were told that the project we wanted to do was maybe too expensive. We wanted a 9-foot walkway around the park. And so this year we scaled it back to 6 foot wide, which was a big savings. We're here to ask for $79,000 approximately for about a quarter of a mile, 1,500 feet wide, long exercise trail. The exercise trail sits at the park. You can see a little bit, this is our ball field here. We have 2 really nice basketball courts and a really nice playground. Right across the road here is our Ellsworth Post Office. And right over here across the road is our Ellsworth Community Building. It's a 32-room apartment building which houses a lot of disabled and low income. We have quite a few people with wheelchairs that live there. If we get this done, it would be a big help to them to get down to the park, get down to the post office, and basically be part of the community. Only thing they can really do right now is sit outside. They have a small umbrella outside and they sit out there. So we're looking at, that would be a big help to them also. I don't want to say we're broke. We're the same as everybody in Marianna. Everybody that had a coal mine. Bethlehem Mines was in Ellsworth for 85 years. Mine 51 right in Ellsworth, right by the park. They closed in 1986, and that was devastating to the borough. In the late 80s and early 90s, we were 1 foot in bankruptcy almost. But we clawed our way out. We're doing pretty well. Like the gentleman said before, we're frugal with our money. We can ask. We've asked for grants before. Some we got. Senator Stout helped us out a lot. Senator Salavate. We're looking for Senator Barlow to help us out also. And I want to say something. Whether we get the grant or not, I gotta give her credit. She came to Ellsworth. She met with us. She went down the park with us. She walked the walkway. She seen what kind of shape it was. She agreed. We have a letter here. If you look in the thing for her support for the walkway. And you don't see that all that often anymore, so I want to thank her for doing that. Also, we have a letter from the Bentworth School Superintendent for support. He said basically there's 7,000 people in the Bentworth community, which again is one of the poorest, the second poorest community or district in Washington County. We both try to help each other. There was a lady here before asking about the driveway to the football field up there. That's in Ellsworth Borough. We did lend some equipment to help them move some dirt around and this and that. So that's the way it has to be. That's the way it should be. You know, we'll help you, you help us. You know, Bentleyville Borough helps us a lot, vice versa. Cookburg right up the road. We're a team. So, and we do have a nice area. When we do, if we do take the project, the old walkway out, probably about 1,500 feet, maybe 2,000 feet away is our dump. And that would be a big, big cost saving for us. You know, we would get our boroughs around, help us out, and we can truck that waste right over there. You know, we don't have to go through town or anywhere else. That would be a big cost saving for us. If you've ever been to Ellsworth Park is right in the middle of town. And we always say it's the jewel of Ellsworth with it. It's a very, very nice park. The walkway was put in 30-some years ago. Naturally, it's worn out. Senators see the tree roots maybe this high growing up into the asphalt. That's basically why we want to replace it. When the mine left, our tax base really took a hit. Right now, we have 2 businesses in town. One is the beer distributor, and the other one is the guy who opened up a garage not very far from the park. That's all we have. We don't complain about it. We do what we can. So I appreciate, like I said, we do have letters here from Jeff Patola, Bernie Convincing, the mayor. If you all have these letters, Senator Bud Cook. Somebody asked, did we ever ask for grants before? 2 years ago or so, the state, I think I mentioned it here last year, 2 years ago, the state put out $7 million for parks and recreation. We put an application in and we asked Bud Cook to try to follow it through. Naturally, we never did hear anything. And let's face it, $7 million in the whole state of Pennsylvania doesn't go very far. So we will try, we'll try other avenues. But I would appreciate it if you guys can help us out.
Very good. Questions? That's good. It's pretty clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Fallowfield Township Veterans Honor Roll Site Improvements, Phase 1. Requesting entity is Fallowfield Township. C12.
Just came in. I'm waiting on Ken too.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Bruce Smith. I'm the chairman of the Board of Supervisors in Fallowfield Township. I'm here today to ask for seeking LSA assistance. We have put together a 4 or 5 person committee to look at improving our Veterans Honor Roll site at our municipal building. They've had some good ideas. They've gone around and looked at other sites in other municipalities. And Ken has been working with them. He can explain what the details and what this first phase is going to be. We figured the first part of this to be about a $55,000 project. We're asking for $40,000 of that as LSA funding. We have passed a resolution to commit $10,000 in Act 13 funds that we have on hand.
And any additional costs, like for engineering or architect services, we will pay from the township general fund. Ken can explain here what phase one is. I can't tell you exactly what the next two phases are going to be. It depends on the public acceptance for this part of it. The committee does know that we would really like for them to go out and seek funding from local businesses. We're fortunate to have all the businesses in Alta Vista. So hopefully we could have some of those businesses contribute to phase two and beyond.
The project, currently the site honor roll, it sits just off of the municipal building, off of the parking lot. It sits back off of the parking lot a little far. And the concept would be to take these stones and actually they're gonna enhance other stones with this and relocate the existing honor roll stones closer to the parking lot, creating a plaza with donor paver paths, adding flagpoles. There's only one flagpole now. They wanted to add the 3 flagpoles that would enhance a Veterans Memorial Park. We would enhance this with lighting as well, taken right directly from the municipal building. And then there's a discussion further about having a fire and rescue memorial in honor of those with fire and rescue. There's discussion of that too in phase 2. So I designed this that we could have spurs of pathways going to other monuments as well. So
One of the thoughts going forward, and I'm not sure how far they've gone along with this, in addition to these 3 flagpoles, they've discussed putting up flags for each individual branch of the military in a nice layout. So I think that would be a great touch. That's probably phase 2.
So we could design, we'll be designing as their ideas come further.
Any questions?
Questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Meadowcroft Rock Shelter lighting upgrade to improve public interpretation. Requesting entity is the Historical Society of Western PA, Meadowcroft Rock Shelter and Historic Village. C22.
All right, thank you. My name is Dave Schofield. I'm the director at Meadowcroft Rock Shelter and Historic Village. And I know you all have your work cut out for you in narrowing down these projects. So I appreciate the opportunity to present our project, which is to upgrade the lighting at the Meadowcroft Rock Shelter. As I hope you are all aware, the Meadowcroft Rock Shelter is an internationally known archaeological site that has provided the oldest evidence of human habitation in North America. There were people using that site as a campsite under the overhanging rock ledge as early as 19,000 years ago. It is the only site in Washington County that's received designation as a Commonwealth treasure, and it is also a National Historic Landmark. The upgrade to the lighting system consists of replacing the outdated incandescent lighting, theatrical lighting that was installed about 17 years ago when we first built the enclosure around the archaeological site and made it first really accessible to the public. We want to replace that with LED lighting that will obviously be more energy efficient. It will require significantly less maintenance, but more importantly, it will provide a better experience for our visitors. Not only in terms of just illuminating the archaeological site better, but also by using colored lighting and other mechanisms, we can make some of those features really vibrant. So for example, there are remnants of ancient fire pits in the site, Ice Age fire pits, where we know people at least 13,000 years ago were gathered around the fire pits there. And we want to make those features pop out to visitors to really help them understand what the site was like at that time when people were using it, prehistoric people, and just to understand how the site was used, make it a better experience for them. We're working hard to improve Meadowcroft as a museum and as a heritage tourism asset for the county.
We're currently working on wrapping up capital expansion of the visitor center using previous LSA funds and RCAP funds. Our goal is to really enhance Meadowcroft as a destination, as a heritage tourism asset to draw more people to the site and to the county. This next phase of it, improving the lighting at the rock shelter, is part of that effort. I did want to mention that at the time of submission in the application you have in front of you, I didn't have in hand the resolutions from not only from our board, the Heinz History Center, but also the local municipality. I have those now. We have full support. And I should also mention that it's also indicated in the application that we had a pending grant application in with Washington County Tourism. We did not receive that grant because we were deemed ineligible because the previous capital grant from tourism for the visitor center was not fully completed yet. The project wasn't done. The grant wasn't closed out, so they deemed us ineligible. However, we are actively fundraising for this and for additional phases of our capital improvements. So I fully anticipate that we will have the funds in place to be able to proceed with this project. So.
Okay, very good. Any questions?
Question, the tourism grant, was that the $50,000 match or?
That was the $50,000.
Okay, so what, if anything, do you have as match that could?
Yeah, we're currently soliciting for other funds, both private and looking at other grant opportunities to do that.
But you've done pretty well in the past with capital fundraising and things like that. Any other irons in the fire as far as what other grants are out there you're waiting on?
Well, we haven't applied for any for this. We're talking with some private individuals about funding for this project.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is Food Helpers Facility, Campus Improvements. Food Helpers is the requesting entity. It's P40.
Good afternoon, Chair Retke, Senator Bartolotta, Representative O'Neill, and other esteemed members of the LSA Committee in Washington County. Thank you for inviting us to be here today to present our case. I'm George Omaros. I'm President and CEO of Food Helpers and the Greater Washington County Food Bank. Just as a bit of background, over the past 2 years, the demand for food because of food insecurity in Washington County has gone up 35%. And the cost of food has gone up 28%. We purchase all of our foods. So it's a real issue when we have capital expenses for our facility in Centerville, whether we're purchasing food for distribution in the community or whether we're going to do something within the physical structure. And we've relied heavily on major donors to help us along the way. So we are currently, we've increased the amount of food that we're giving in Washington County. We're now servicing 2,000 families every month with a food box, fresh food, fresh meats and vegetables. We are giving 1,975 boxes a month to senior citizens, so we're almost at 4,000 total families being touched. In addition to that, we provide 8,500 snack packs to students in elementary schools in Washington County. So we have a very large footprint throughout the territory. Our project that we've asked for is for 2 items. Primarily, the first one is replacement of 2 HVAC units that are really on their last leg. The food bank, because this past year we added a food pantry in Centerville that's servicing 250 families a month that are coming there to pick up their food. We need to have the HVAC, especially in this spring, summer, with the air conditioning, the food will spoil if it gets very hot in the building that we have. The staff kind of laugh because right now it's just cold because the heating is not working. But the air conditioning is critical and we need to have that repaired. In addition, because of the influx of 250 families coming to pick up food at the food pantry, they are driving on what is primarily a stone, gravel, mud pit. And when it rains, it's really bad. So those are the requests. And I'll turn it over to our Vice Chair of our board, Ken Kulak, who you all know, and is also an architect. And Ken is going to say a little bit more about the project.
Serving many hats in Washington County that I wear. As you know, the life cycle of our units has seen its day. And so we have 2 units at a cost of about $35,000 per unit needed. We did get estimates over time for those units. And so we will pursue that. And of course, the parking lot, we would certainly as a safety hazard not to have a paved parking lot. And we are transporting food pallets across stone, and it makes it very inefficient for us to load our trucks as well with stone, having to maneuver our forklifts and pallets. So it's critical for just overall operations of our distribution services. So and we would like, a full paved area in our loading area as well. So
This is in the back of the building.
it's back inside.
Back inside.
Back inside, yeah, we have a full campus, so the front of the building is paved here. The back area where people still, pick up and deliver and transport goods is all of this area, and this is the area we're asking for paving.
Questions?
Quick question. I know that Commissioner Janice recently had a fundraiser for food helpers and she raised $20,000. So I'm looking here, there's nothing under match. Would that not be considered a match?
So that match is for primarily that went to the Little Lucy program.
Uh-huh.
But we do have some donors who we may be able to lean on to help us. We just have not reached out to them yet because we went after them. We did replace one of the units this past summer, the HVAC, we had 3.
Oh.
One was replaced at a cost of $62,000. It was a large unit.
That's our match.
There you go.
It's a constant match.
Yeah.
Constant upkeep of the building, constant programs happening is a constant match.
Okay, other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Recovery Cafe Project, and requesting entity is Harmony Life Center, P62.
This is the last you'll see me. Maybe. Sometimes I forget what all I'm involved in, and I might get turned around at the door.
Frank Gorman on our board, Secretary of the Board, Community Relations Board member. I'm Karen Bennett, President of the Board of Harmony Life Center, and Ken Kulak is our architect for our project. So I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing Harmony Life Center to present to you our $298,000 multi-purpose Recovery Cafe Drop-In Center project to you for, and we're asking for $175,000 from the local share funds. The funds will be utilized to address Ken Kulak's architectural design to create a safe, supportive social environment where patrons of the community, whether in recovery or not in recovery, can engage in meaningful activities and establish positive routines and communicate with others or just spend time alone. The impact on the community will be shown by the outcomes that we have come up with. And the first is access to behavioral health services through services and resources. programming and alternative activities to fellowship and wellness. And Tim Gridley will be serving as our program coordinator for those activities. Community connections, we will involve the community in everything that we do and partner with them to be able to offer the services that we're talking about. We want to create a supportive substance-free, substance-free environment, open morning, afternoon, and evening, weekdays and weekends. So pretty much, a full operation of a cafe and a place for people to come. Another outcome is transformative training and employment for empowering persons in recovery by them serving as hosts, cashiers, peer certified recovery specialists. We anticipate hiring 3 part-time people at the initial outgoing of the cafe. We have training space in the building, thanks to Matt Urim, to be utilized for the computers, Safe Serve, and any other kinds of trainings and activities that we need to use a training room for. And last, we want to provide a sustainable income source for Harmony Life Center to run the cafe and also for the Harmony Life Center's programming. There is nothing like this in the area, in the whole Pittsburgh region, and we hope to develop this as a model to be used in other places. The cafe will be open to the general public as well, except for special events that we will plan that will be specific to recovery-oriented activities like recovery dances, recovery trainings, and things like that. Food and drink will be available for the public, especially for the people in the building, where they can come in and grab coffee, donuts, lunches in the building in our facility. The project is a collaborative project with surrounding farms, Southwestern Pennsylvania Human Services, Genoa Pharmacy, and other tenants to be announced located in the landmark behavioral health building. Other partners that we have involved with us are the county through the Human Services Department, and especially the Opioid Settlement Trust monies, the Washington County Community Foundation for funding the website development, the PA State Department of Drug and Alcohol, Recovery Hub, which provides technical assistance and free training sessions for recovery support, Southwest Training, and CareerLink. Ignite for providing the IDs to Enterprise program to us and their continued education programs. And we'll be working with Chris Adkins at Destination Candy to cost out the food, drinks, and etc. Insurance says we cannot have a grill, so we will not be having grilled food. We will be offering cold sandwiches, soups, things like that. So we have many, many rehab centers that sponsor our activities and support us with funding. And my last comment on sustainability is that as of today, I've been invited to attend a grant writing workshop later in the month in Charleston, West Virginia by ARC, the Appalachian Regional Commission, to learn how to write art grants, and then to have dinner one night with the ARC PA program managers and her team. So I know this will open doors to future projects in Washington County, which I intend to come back and help all across Washington County with funding from ARC and other related entities. ARC is very well known to fund across their region peer recovery support services. So looking forward to that down the road. So thank you so much for your attention. And Ken, do you want to just talk a second about?
Yeah, sure. The space is an easy conversion. Easy conversion as far as construction and the level of difficulty to convert this space. Flexibility of space. Picturing sort of a hotel lobby that has the seating arrangements of various types, counter seating and lounge seating for them to be able to pick up foods, and convertible space for events. So we even have a little area of a stage possibly set up so that events can take place there. So it's about the being able to transform the space into other things and make it welcoming.
Okay, questions?
Are you in the same space that URAM is in, or no?
We're in the Landmark building, and currently the center is utilizing the space on the first floor where the magistrate used to be. So that's temporarily our center space. We are expanding as we're in the center to doing activities. We were open New Year's Day, we were open Thanksgiving Day. We're going to start having some dances and things like that in that space. Demo has started last week on the space upstairs that will utilize last year's LSA to rehab that space for the center to move upstairs. As soon as the center moves upstairs onto the second floor, we will start working on the cafe, and within, what's our timeframe?
Probably 4 months.
4 or 5 months, be able to have that open and going. So it is in the landmark building along with the other behavioral health services that are there. So it's kind of one-stop shopping now.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, next is County Fair Building Improvements, Phase 3. C31, Washington County Fair. C31.
I'm involved in this one too. But I'm not sitting for it.
I was gonna just pass it on to everybody.
No, how you doing?
Hello, committee members. How are you doing today? My name is Jason Feakston. I'm the Director of Planning for Washington County, and I'm with Wayne Hunnell from the Washington County Fair Board. And we just want to present to you Hall 1 Phase 3 at the fairgrounds. So this Phase 3 project will be replacing the exterior siding, new garage doors, exterior painting of the entire structure of Hall 1, roof replacement, electrical upgrades, and installation of insulation and HVAC to allow the building to be utilized year-round. We were awarded a grant from the LSA in 2023 to do some of this work. When we bid the project, the bids came back a little high, so we decided to move this into a phased project where if you see in front of you, we are using the money from the last phase to build new bathrooms onto the facility. The existing bathrooms are outdated and falling away from the building. So for safety of the building and just for aesthetics, we're going to put a front-facing restroom on there with storage space for custodial work and just a overall aesthetically pleasing design on that. Thanks to Ken Kulak. Hall 1 is right now the largest venue at the grounds. It's at 100 feet by 175 feet wide, so 17,500 square feet. It is I guess it'd be a metal building, a metal structure. It doesn't have interior finishes, insulation or HVAC, which limits the events that can be hosted in the building. The fair attracts over 50,000 visitors annually. It's a major economic driver for the county through tourism. I'll let Wayne kind of go through some more of the numbers, but we feel that this project would allow the space to be used year-round and for more events than what it is already being used for. So I'll turn to Wayne.
Thank you, Jason. Yeah, Hall 1 is the largest hall on the fairgrounds. The events there will hold anywhere between 54 to 60 events. So just about every weekend and sometimes multiple weekends within a weekend, we have various events going on in that building. What we call the Expo Center, which that's the main part of it, the visitation on there is over 75,000 people a year, which is actually more than what we get for the 8 days of the fair. This year, our 8 days of the fair was just over 62,000. Hall 1 and the other buildings in the Expo will do between 75 and 80,000 visitors during the year. We just had All Clad in December. All Clad had 10,000 plus people go through in 2 days. The Arts and Craft had over 15,000 people in the 2 weekends that they were there at the fairgrounds. So it is the busiest. We don't do as much in the summertime other than the fair in that hall because there is no air conditioning in that building. So it gets pretty warm in there during the summer months. So that's the main driver of this is the economics for the fairgrounds and the busiest hall that we have there, the largest hall. I don't know the exact economic benefit of the Expo Center itself. We did have this study done on the economic benefits for the 8 days of the fair. The 8 days of the fair itself was economic, 6.7 million was the calculated for the fair. And I'd say the attendance and the number of events going on in the Expo is actually all year long, much greater than the fair. So that number would be at least probably twice what the fair is for that 8 days. So it is a huge revenue for the fairgrounds and certainly economically for the county as well.
Those are big numbers. They are. Questions? Okay. Everybody knows the fair, Wayne.
I guess so.
They know it really well.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
So this is phase 3. It's not like, oh, can you phase this out and do partials of anything? You need this, 1.131 million.
Yes,
That's the project that's all gonna be done at one
The
time.
1.131 would cover, we're supplying $200,000 as a match through Act 13 oil and gas funds. This would be the complete build out of the project. Now, if it is a partial award, we could do other, items and, hopefully not have to come back again, but we were certainly able to advance it if we do partial funds.
Good, very good. Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next is Municipal Authority of the City of Monongahela. Digester upgrades. P12. Okay, how are you?
You see that already?
Good afternoon. My name is James Roberts. I'm the General Manager of the Municipal Authority City of Monongahela.
My name is Colin Lampart. I'm the engineer for the authority with Hatch. And we're here to tell you about a project that we have planned, our digester upgrades. I had handouts, so see some of these notes closer, but in addition to my eyes failing, my mind is also failing a little bit. But if you need any of this information, Jamie and I are happy to follow up with you. So for those of you who don't know, we own and operate a 1.5 million gallon a day treatment plant. It's located in the city of Monongahela. We serve the entire city of Monongahela and parts of Carroll Township. A digester represents a critical piece of process equipment at the facility. I'll try to exercise some brevity here because it's not nearly as exciting as some of the other things you're hearing about. But essentially, we take the suspended solids that we move from the wastewater and move them to the digester, where microorganisms break those solids down and they ultimately become methane gas. And we currently burn that methane gas off. So our digester is reaching the end of its useful service life. You can see a photo here of the cover. That cover has to be able to move up and down. In addition, there's a mixing system, and the system is just very antiquated. We're having a lot of problems, and it's creating safety concerns. So what we need to do is replace the existing covers on 2 digesters and install a new mixing system in both of our digesters. We are proposing a dual membrane system where we can capture the methane gas that's created and then use that methane gas in place of natural gas throughout the facility. Just to add, as we're currently operating, we're having lots of issues with additional sludge removal. Digesters that aren't functioning properly can also lead to odors and other safety concerns in the area. So by doing the benefits, in addition to the safety, our ability to produce clean waters and effluent, we're greatly going to reduce our utility costs, our operating costs, and really set the authority up for success for hopefully the next 25 years. These have been in service for about 25 years. Our ask today is significantly higher than it's been in years past. This is the biggest project that I've been involved with since we presented here. It's about $3.8 million. We are requesting 2 million. This project's an emergency. It's gonna go one way or another. So our rates are reset every year. Debt service, revenue and expenses determine our rate. And, we'll be adding additional debt service to cover any shortfalls in funding. So I think we'd be happy to answer any further questions.
Questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Joseph Yablonsky, Centerville Clinics, Radiology Equipment Improvements, Centerville Clinics. P46. That guy looks familiar.
All right.
Hey, good. Thought you retired.
Yeah. They won't let me.
There you go. Okay, we're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Barry Nicolai. I've had the privilege of being the CEO of Centerville Clinics for the last 8 years or so. Been with them for about 12 years. I want to thank this committee and this program for being a great supporter of our special mission, which is being the primary safety net provider for healthcare needs, including behavioral, medical, and dental, of about 21,000 residents of Washington County. Community health centers, as I said, are the safety net providers of healthcare across the country. We serve all people regardless of their ability to pay. So we have a sliding fee scale to help everyone that may be underinsured, and basically serve mostly Medicare, Medicaid, and elderly patients in the area. I'm going to turn it over to my two trustee presenters this afternoon. Pam Voigthofer is the Director of Grants, Risk, and Compliance, and Dr. Gina Workman is our Director of Diagnostic Services. We also have with us Mr. Ben Neal, who is our Chief Operating Officer as well. So I'll let them tell you about the project.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time this afternoon. Centerville Clinics has been part of Washington County since 1955. We currently employ 316 members in the Tri-County area where we proudly service 35,000 patients. Centerville Clinics is the largest primary care safety net healthcare provider in Washington County for the elderly, the and underinsured. 80% of our patients are uninsured or have Medicare or Medicaid coverage. Centerville Clinic treats all patients regardless of their ability to pay. Recently, Centerville Clinics has received various local and national awards, including quality measures for blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol from the American Heart Association, as well as Best of the Best in Washington County, Best in Fayette as well. Centerville Clinics was also recognized by Health Resources Services Administration, HRSA, with 100% on our federal compliance survey. We're here today to present to you our request for a new much-needed x-ray machine. It is my pleasure to introduce you Dr. Gina Workman, our Director of Diagnostic Services.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to say thanks for all of your support throughout the years that I've been there. I've been with Centerville for 11 years now, so we've been able to update a lot of things, and it's very nice. In modern health systems, x-rays remain the most commonly performed imaging procedure. According to a comprehensive study published in the Journal of American Medical Association, the rate of radiology, or x-rays, stands at 783 examinations per 1,000 people. That represents 55.1% of all medical imaging procedures. Pediatric x-ray considerations is special attention is given to the pediatric imaging, which we have a lot of those children within our system. As children are more sensitive to radiation exposure, of the global 3.6 billion annual examinations, approximately 350 million are performed by children under the age of 15. Patients living in rural areas, such as this where we are located, in the US often face any number of barriers of healthcare overall, including imaging services. For rural areas that do have a medical center, medical facilities often lack imaging equipment and radiologists. That means patients must travel longer distances to a larger medical center, which can have negative repercussions on that patient's outcome. Digital X-ray was designated as the standard of care in the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2016. This act penalized facilities that were not completing X-rays in digital form. At Centerville, having a new digital X-ray services available on site would benefit the members of Washington County by the following things. First off, this is the first imaging study that is often ordered when a patient presents with an issue. They start at the baseline of an X-ray. The ability to take the image in the office, which may reduce the need to go to urgent care or burden an emergency room, thus reducing the cost of healthcare. We also can identify many diseases and illnesses, dislocations and fractures, identification of infection, or even the access to assess the progression of an infection. Tuberculosis, progression of black lung, pneumonia, bronchitis, masses, osteoporosis, osteopenia, fractures, enlargement of organs, obstructions, and many more. This allows for the detection of diseases and illnesses sooner, which has been proven to lead to more successful outcomes. This new equipment will allow Centerville clinics to continue to offer these services to the members of Washington County. The uninsured and underinsured that Centerville clinics cares for daily deserve access to the oftentimes critical services provided by this equipment. Winston Churchill said, "Healthy citizens are the greatest asset any county can have or country can have." This is what Centerville Clinic strives for every day. Thank you for your time.
Very good, very good. Okay, questions? Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for your time.
Good to see you, everyone. Take it easy. Okay, next is Washington Steam Studio, Washington Steams Works, Inc.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I'm Christine Hoyle. I am the founder and the president of Washington Steamworks. Washington Steamworks is a nonprofit organization. Our mission and the events and programming that we currently have is a product of the last 7 years. We initially started off, our group started off as a for-profit LLC. We are looking to engage our students in educational experiences, right? If you look at STEM and why the government is willing to give so much money to STEM, it's because they want to stay competitive in the economic development. There are so many other reasons that we need to have students want to engage in learning and and be willing to also have the confidence and the creativity to learn new things, because that's what we need of our current and future community members. So I am also a high school STEM teacher, which I probably should say. So I'm seeing this from a lot of different angles, but ultimately we, if I could simplify this for you, we started off with STEM camps and we moved on to a STEM fest. My brother gave me the idea from something down in South Carolina, but he said the energy, the excitement, and it's true, right? We take one day and we try to engage the community and our students and even some adults in career options and just this love of learning and trying new things, hands-on activities. And then we try to further that with the programming. And that's the part we're trying to build, is our programming. So I should say that currently we work with the Lemoyne Center. That is a contracted work. I go in and with some other teachers, and we actively weekly do STEM camps during Homework and More. We also do STEM classes during their camp challenge. And over the last 3 years, we can start to see that growth, the growth in the students in that area. We also work with Washington Wild Things that we are running through EQT to do a STEM event there. So we have our STEM events and then we have our programming, of which the programming we are trying to build. And that's where the bulk of the money is, that the request is for. I know we asked for the sky's the limit kind of thing. We currently are working out of Ignite. That is a temporary space. Our adult education classes, it's not because of the conference centers, and even our STEM, like robotic classes, could continue to function there. But we will start to lose the space as far as the more hands-on makerspace activities, if you will, right, that I can't do necessarily in a conference room. Or we are looking at other options, but this is where we're at. We're just trying to continue to grow our place in the community and engage students and adults in, wanting to learn new things, being creative, and expanding their horizons, what they can do. Questions?
Questions?
How many people attended your STEM Fest? Because I know you you had employer sponsored, and it's a pretty big event, so how many people?
So we have, through our surveys, we confidently can say we had over 300 participants. We have about 90 people that attend as exhibitors. Some of those are high school students. So the nice thing about it is the attraction is middle school and elementary school, right? And their parents that bring them. But like I said, once everyone gets there, everyone is exposed to what the community has to offer. We increased from 20 to 30 this year exhibitors, which was a success as far as I'm concerned. We're expanding into healthcare, different organizations are joining us. So yeah, so with that, there's probably 400 people there between everybody and a lot of the high school kids that come as the Titanium Titans. Then they can mosey around and also engage in activities.
What date is that?
It's been the second Saturday in September. We just completed our 6th annual event. And it's also given us a great opportunity, which I guess I should have highlighted before, to engage also with WNJ. So outside of that, that's what started my engagement with physics, biology, chemistry, and even their admin. But it's extended into other things such as Washington Wild Things they want a challenge, a science challenge, and me reaching out to physics professor Michael McCracken, and he was gracious enough to work with me on that. So it's Jamie March comes in and helps with the classes. So it's naturally has allowed us to expand within the community. Right, all of us that are part of this event work full time, but we are looking to continue to increase our place in this community to continue supporting our students. And I should say it's free of charge. The festival is free, the classes have been free. We've been able to bring in the money, and we're just kind of working with the money that we have. We also were able to provide lunch to the students that came to the STEM Fest so that it could be a free family event.
Questions?
Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, next, 2nd Street Extension, West Grant Street Drainage Project, Houston Borough. P22.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Rizzo. I'm the Borough Engineer for Houston Borough with KLH Engineers, and we're here today to present the 2nd Street Extension and West Grant Street Drainage Project. Houston Borough has been inundated with floods over the past year. There was approximately 2 feet of water that was flooding the town center from Chartiers Creek in the last major flood event, and it completely ruined their municipal building. They've been proactive in doing flood remediation projects, and we've identified 2nd Street Extension, West Grant Street, and Arnold Avenue as 3 streets in need of stormwater improvements. These streets regularly flood. They flood residents' houses out before. They have no stormwater management on the streets. And Houston Borough would like to remedy that by installing stormwater on each one. So it would involve installing storm sewers, wedge curb, and repaving the roads on each street to add a crown. That would reestablish the road and direct the water into the existing drainage system, and then doing any necessary upgrades to that existing drainage system in those areas.
That's it?
That's all we have on that one. It's a short one.
Yeah, no, it really was. That's good. Very good. Very good. Questions? Okay, yes, straightforward. Thank you very much. Okay, the next one, Twilight Municipal Building, ADA restroom renovations and ADA parking project, Twilight Borough. 66. Oh, you're doing both of them?
On both of them,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
My name is Mike Rizzo. I'm with Twilight Borough. I'm the borough engineer with KLH. Twilight Borough is a community of about 200 residents, and presently their municipal building is probably a shed about the size of that closet over there. It's a small little building, and they presently have one restroom in there that is not ADA accessible. The building is in no way ADA accessible, and there's a lot of elderly residents in the community. Anyone that tries to use the bathrooms in there has a very difficult time. The community's pointed out that it is an issue, and they'd like to remedy that. So the project proposed is to demolish the existing restroom in there, replace it with all new ADA compliant facilities, and then we'd also be paving the outside of the building. We'd be doing a parking lot in there with a couple of ADA compliant parking spaces for the elderly residents to get in the building.
Can you tell me, is it a voting place?
I believe so, yes.
Have you ever been to Twilight?
It's right by Charleroi.
Yeah.
Drive through it.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
There's some people who haven't been there.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
might not have known it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Okay, next, classroom to career readiness STEM robotics. Charleroi Borough. J2.
Hi, thanks for having me today. My name is Nick Erico. I teach chemistry and STEM courses at Charleroi High School. For the past 10 years, I've worked with our students to participate in the Bots IQ competition. It's a program focused on workforce development and career readiness for high school students. Despite our status as an economically disadvantaged school and being among the small schools in the program, we've traditionally done quite well. We won the grand championship in 2022. Former students in this program have gone on to pursue careers in industry and engineering based on their experiences in the program. That being said, advances in tooling and technology, additive manufacturing have created a competitive imbalance for smaller schools participating in the program. Today, we're requesting a grant of $18,500 to enable Charleroi students to access tools and technology on par with the larger schools. These funds will go towards the purchase of some capacity building tools and equipment, primarily a new 3D printer that would allow us to prototype, make more complex designs, do things that are happening in some of the larger schools that right now we don't have the capability for. To keep the program growing and keep students interested, we need up-to-date tools. A lot of kids have had hobby level 3D printers at home now. That kind of technology isn't really attracting kids, nor is it preparing them for 21st century workforce. They need to set in that next caliber level machine and that next level capability to really spark their interest. In addition to that, we're looking at some additional electronics, safe equipment, and power tools that would give more students more ability to have hands-on experience in the classroom. One of the end results of this program, in addition to remaining competitive with some of the larger schools, is going to be the implementation of a robotics pre-apprenticeship program that'll fast-track students into educational training programs after graduation. Thanks.
Okay. Questions?
In your application, I think you had an application to WCCF for $35,000. Has that been awarded or a decision made?
Yeah, that's been awarded. That's to our industrial arts program. Our plan is right now we outsource a lot of some of the components we make. We can't make them at school. We have an industry partner, DMI companies, that will do a lot of things for us. That's great, but if the kids can make those things themselves, that's going to be ideal. So the plan is to, rather than outsource those components to another company, we outsource them to our own students working in the shop when they can make that themselves.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
I'm Patty Mason, the high school principal.
Oh, okay.
I just want to say this man does wonders with the little bit that we do have, so we would appreciate anything we can get.
Very good, very good. Thank you.
Thanks for taking the time to be here.
Okay,
Your school does great stuff with the kids.
Next project is Fans for Help, PA. I hope I have that guys with that group. School Safety and Security Environmental Project, Fans for Help nonprofit.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for this opportunity.
P39.
I have some handouts here that you can follow along with. My printer failed me today, so I'm gonna have to freestyle as best I can. Could you just pass these out that way? So yes, I want to thank you for this important opportunity. I don't know if I can do it by my phone. And for all the committee members being here to give consideration to my presentation. And I want to thank all the RACW staff, starting with Carolyn Duffy, who helped me through the application process, which can be a little complicated, even for a veteran like myself. Not a military veteran. 35 years, Pennsylvania state employee. And I also would like to congratulate Mr. Mark Rudke on being named the new chairman of the LSA.
Thank you.
I did a little research, a brief introduction on you, and I understand you for 35 years with Consol Energy, and then you did a lot of charitable and work. So I'm sure we agree that these important grants should go to the most qualified person to handle them, to help prioritize and realize the great potential of the grants. Also, I would like to congratulate the Fourth Estate, which includes WJPA, the Observer Reporter, and the Tribune Review, for sharing all this information. And especially, I was honored to have 2 articles published this week in the Observer Reporter and the Tribune Review. And I included that, I think. But they did some great reporting on the tragic terrorist act in New Orleans, and one of our Washington County citizens was seriously injured in this attack. And he's doing a remarkable job recovering. And my project actually can help address these type of terrorist attacks, or whether they're intentional or not intentional. So let me just get right to it. And on the handout is my business card and my experience. I'm a 35-year Pennsylvania state employee as a child care specialist, recreation therapist, and child care inspector. I'm a former certified playground safety inspector, expert witness on play safety. I was just retained in Hoboken for a child getting injured, falling off a bird nest swing. I mean, this happens everywhere. They're being sued, and the charter school is being sued. They took the child there, and the equipment manufacturer is being sued also. I'm a PA school safety and security assessor, raised bed garden and safety barrier designer, Pennsylvania representative for radioactive radon reduction, and I do grant writing. So these are some of the things I've done. This is my granddaughter. She's 8 years old. Now she's 18, studying early childhood education at Slippery Rock. But she's holding 3 of these. These are playground borders, and I use them to make raised bed gardens and barriers. These are less than 10 pounds, but when you fill them up with sand, they become 50 or 60 pounds. And they just interlock like Lincoln logs or something like that. So I built one at Smart Kids Child Care Center, Early Learning Center in Meadowlands. And this is between their playground and their parking area. So I call them MVPs. They're mindful. You look at them and you say, you know, you don't want to run into this. And then they're visual and they're physical and they're safe. Here's two that I built at World of Wonders in Early Learning Center in Canonsburg. And I spaced them 5 feet apart so the vehicle couldn't fit through. And right behind here is a play area for infants and young toddlers, preschool children. So I have a little text here. Sheriff, if you think every school should have a garden. Down here, I did these for, this is Giselle Fetterman, John Fetterman's wife. I heard they were doing gardens down in Braddock at a nonprofit Hollander project. So I offered to build 2 gardens. So here I built them and I spaced them 5 feet apart. I went back the next day and they were up against the building. And I said to her mother, Esther, I said, Esther, why did they move down the raised bed garden safety barriers? She said, oh, this landscape architect, Elaine, thought they would look nicer up against the building. I thought, well, that just defeats the purpose. This is so a vehicle can't get through into what's going to be a public area. So she said, do you want them back? I said, yeah, I want them back. I'll give them to somebody who knows how to use them. So she had one of her volunteers deliver them back to my house. Here's my granddaughter again. These are ever blocks. You can build anything you can build with Legos, you can build with these ever blocks. Here is an incline push-up machine. So the greater the incline, easier it is to do a push-up. This is just, and this is a bigger, you can make these as long, as wide, as high as you want for more vehicle impact protection. So I can talk for hours on this, but and I want to thank everybody for the letters of support. Representative O'Neill, Senator Bartolotta, and your staff who got everything in for me, and Representative Martin.
We appreciate it.
So this is called a Gaga ball pit. I call it the biggest Gaga ball pit in Pennsylvania because this is the biggest that they make. So if anybody wants to dispute it, the best they can do is tie for first. And this is at the Child Care World of Wonders, and kids love it. So these are very functional and also beneficial and look great. So,
Very good.
any questions?
Yeah, questions? No, we're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
If you could leave those handouts.
Do you need them back?
Yeah.
Sure, sure.
Pass them down, I'll take them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Give them to other people.
You bet. Well put together. There you go. See. Hey, John. If we ever got done early, if you ever got done early before, like half an hour or so, okay, I want that part of the record. So tell Jeff that we got done like a half an hour earlier, so at least a half an hour.
The red one's failed?
Huh?
The red one's failed?
Yes. Yeah, so we're done. We are. What's that? I know.
back here in a moment.